Research and Innovation Agency and Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia are in the room.
All audience, please stand up. Singing the national anthem Indonesia Raya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Welcome and good morning. Our pleasure and honor to greet you here in this event. To the Vice Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency, Bapak Octavian, welcome.
We also welcome the honorable speakers, Bapak Arif Hafaz Ugroseno, Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia, Bapak Radi Manggala, Director of Marketing System Development and Institutional Relations, Ministry of Creative Economy Indonesia, Bapak Philip J. Vermonte, Presidential Spokesperson of the Presidential Communication Office of Indonesia, Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurogo, Director of Operations PT Pupuk Indonesia, and Bapak Zamroni Salim, the Head of Research Center for Macro and Financial Economics BRIN. Welcome, sir.
And also the Honorable Bapak Koichi Kawamura, Senior Research Fellow at IDE Jetro Japan. And last but not least, Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho, Chairman of the Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare BRIN. Welcome and good morning to all distinguished participants PARETO 2025 joining virtually via Zoom and in person in this ballroom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, God the Almighty, for His blessings, we all are able to attend the International Symposium of Economic Researchers and Practitioners, PARETO 2025. This year, we have the theme, Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Network.
Can we give big round of applause to PARETO 2025?
Ladies and gentlemen, this event is held by the Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare BRIN, today, August 7th, and tomorrow, August 8th, at BRIN Gatot Subroto Ballroom. Also, this event is a part of Hak Teknas celebration. It is Hari Kebangkitan Nasional Indonesia, the 30th celebration in 2025. Bangkitkan riset dan inovasi untuk merah putih.
Can we give a big round of applause to Harteknas? Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Dani.
And my name is Andri.
We will be hosting this year's PARETO. For your information, PARETO, which stands for Symposium Riset and Praktisi Economy, or Symposium of Economic Researchers and Practitioners, is an annual event since 2022. It is a strategic platform for advancing research-based policy dialogue, connecting economists, social scientists, policymakers, and practitioners nationwide. It promotes multidisciplinary collaboration to address key challenges such as inclusive development, institutional transformation, and economic resilience.
However, ladies and gentlemen, this year's PARETO is a little bit more special than the previous events because this year we are collaborating with the Japan Society for the Promotion of Science, or JSPS. It is an independent administrative institution in Japan established for the purpose of contributing to the advancement of science in all fields, the natural, the social science, and the humanities.
And in addition, Andri, we also invite speakers from all over the world, from Japan, South Africa, Malaysia, Turkey, and many more. It will be very exciting forum of knowledge sharing and discussion.
And this event will also be the international kick-off meeting for the Global South Studies Collaborative Program. This initiative aims for fostering sustainable cross-regional research collaboration among leading academic and policy institutions in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, in this 2 days symposium, we will spark your curiosity with an interactive discussions from highly credible experts, national and international institutions.
We appreciate our sponsors and partners who also support this event, such as PT Pupuk Indonesia Holding Company. Can we give a big applause for our sponsor? PT Window, the Indonesian Researchers Association or Perhimpunan Peneliti Indonesia, and IDE Jetro Japan. Can we give big round of applause
for our sponsor and partners?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, to start this morning symposium, let's start with a simple prayer and blessing with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Now, to open this event, ladies and gentlemen, we have prepared a traditional dancing performance. It's Harmoni Nusantara Dance by Eskoda Dancing Groups. Please welcome Eskoda Dancing Groups. Thank you for Escoda dancing groups. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, Harmoni Nusantara Dance is a medley. It's a craft from multiple traditional dance all over Indonesia. We can see it's the dance from Papua, Bali, Betawi, Sunda, Java. We crafted all into one harmonious art. What a beautiful dance from Escoda Dancing Group. Again, a big round of applause for Escoda Dancing Groups. Thank you. Now, to open this event, we will have event report presented by the Steering Committee Chair of PARETO 2025, who is also the Chairman of Research Organization for Governance, Economy, and Community Welfare. To Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho, the stage is yours, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorary Professor Dr. Amarlah Octavian, Deputy Chairman for National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia, BRIN. The Honorable Mr. Arif Hafaz Ugraseno, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Distinguished guests, respected colleagues, partners, and friends from across Asia, Africa, and Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the Symposium entitled Exploring the Global South Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Networks. First of all, on behalf of the entire steering and organizing teams, I would like to express our sincere gratitude for your presence and participations in this event. The symposium is held as part of PARETO 2025, that is discussions forum for practice, economy, and economic researchers as an annual flagships from our research organizations for governance, economic, and community welfare at BRIN. This event is also marked the official kick-off of 3 years research collaborations under the GSPS core-to-core programs of Asia Africa Science Platform, aiming to create a vital space for policy-relevant research, for academic exchange, and brings collaborations between scholars and institutions across Global South and beyond. In the 2 days symposiums, we are pleased to welcome about 350 participants from Indonesians and overseas, representing a wide range of sectors, academia, government, civil society, and also private enterprises, as well as delegates from BRICS and ASEAN. We are especially proud to collaborate with leading institutions, including the Institute of Developing Economy, IDJ-TRO, Japan, University of Malaya, Malaysia, Stellenbosch University, South Africa, and Middle East Technical University, Turkey. We would also like to extend our great appreciations to PT Pupuk Indonesia and Indonesian Research Association, Perhimpunan Periset Indonesia, or PPI, for their valuable supports to make this symposium possible. This symposium reflects our shared commitments to rethink the Global South, not merely as the geographical conception, but also a dynamic space for diverse knowledge system and innovations development. We believe that achieving sustainable and inclusive development across the Global South require more than a technical expertise. It requires close collaboration, mutual respect, and long-term partnership, the spirit that we hope to cultivate here in the symposium. Finally, we sincerely ask Bapak Wakil Kepala BRIN to officially open the symposium. Once again, welcome to symposium. May our discussion and share efforts be fruitful and lead to meaningful impacts. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Bapak Agus Ekonugroho. You may be seated.
Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a welcome speech followed by an official opening from the Vice Chairman of the National Research and Innovation Agency of Indonesia. To Bapak Amarullah Octavian, please welcome to the stage, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, Honorable Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Hafaz Ugresono, His Excellencies, Ambassadors and representatives from partner embassies, representatives of ministries and government agencies, officials from regional and local government, esteemed speaker, researcher, professor, and scholar from partner countries and institutions. And also distinguished representative from GSPS, Idea Jitro, University of Malaya, Middle East Technical University, Stellenbosch University, and other collaborating institutions. Fellow researchers from BRIN, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let us extend our gratitude to God Almighty for allowing us to gather today at this important symposium entitled Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways and Research Network, a joint endeavor under the GSPS Core to Core program and part of the PARETO 2025 series initiated by BRIN. I am truly pleased and honored to welcome all of you to this timely and significant forum. This very important symposium is undertaken to bring together leading mind, researchers, and policy stakeholders to reflect on the emerging challenges and strategic direction for countries of the Global South. This symposium comes at a critical moment when the world is facing intensifying geopolitical tension, conflict, and disruption in global trade and supply chain that deepen further the global issues of inequality. The Global South today is not merely a post-Cold War geopolitical label. It has evolved into a dynamic space for knowledge production, political solidarity, and institutional innovation. This forum serves as a reminder of the vital role that countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East could play in shaping new global norms and in advancing sovereignty, economic resilience, and just development. As the National Research Agency of Indonesia, BRIN is committed to strengthening Indonesia's contribution to the Global South through interdisciplinary, collaborative, and impactful research. We believe that knowledge-based, cooperation, policy innovation, and cross-border partnership are essential for addressing shared challenges and building a more sustainable and inclusive global future. I would also like to highlight the importance of knowledge diplomacy, a form of diplomacy rooted in science, technology, and innovation. Through partnership like this, we not only build a robust academic network, but also foster mutual understanding, trust, and solidarity among Global South nations. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I wish you all a productive and inspiring symposium. May this gathering yield fresh insight, collaborative research agendas, and concrete strategies that can help advance sustainable development across the Global South. I thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Amarullah. Sir, would you please stay on stage for the official opening ceremony? The official opening ceremony will be conducted by the beating of a gong. We invite to come to the stage Bapak Arif Hafaz Ugroseno and also Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho and Bapak Koichi Kawamura to accompany the official opening ceremony. The beating of a gong will be conducted by Bapak Amarullah and will be accompanied by the Vice Minister, Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho and Bapak Koichi Kawamura as the sign, as the symbol of the opening of this meeting. You can start the beating of the gong, sir. 3, 2, 1. 3 times. Please
Let's
give
give
a
a
round of applause for the
official ceremony opening PARETO 2025. The
Please.
meeting of the gong officially kick off PARETO of this year.
And please remain on stage, sir, for the souvenir presentations. Still on stage, sir, will be presented by Bapak Amarullah to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs as the keynote speaker, accompanied, still. Followed by the documentation session. Okay, please come in front of the stage, sir. Please come down in front of the stage.
We will
Yeah,
continue
we will.
photo session with PARETO audience. Okay, thank you. Bapak Amarullah and Bapak Arif and all distinguished guests in front, please move on in front of the stage because we will continue for photo session with the audience of PARETO.
All the participants, sir.
With all the
In front of the
participants.
stage, sir.
In front of the
Yeah,
stage.
in front of the stage.
And we would like to invite the VIPs, please come closer together. All the heads of research center in ORTKP EKM, Bapak Mardianto, Ibu Umi Kayaumidin, Ibu Umi Muawanah, Ibu Suci, Pak Zamroni, and Bapak Irwanda.
Also speakers for first session, Bapak Radi Manggala, Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurogo, Bapak Philips, please come closer. We will have a photo session and all the participants, we want you to stand up together. We will have photograph session with all the distinguished guests. The photographers. All right, I'll count to 3. Please give your biggest smile. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Again, 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay, thank you. Big round of applause for all of us. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. Bapak Arif, Bapak Amrullah, and all distinguished guests in PARETO 2025, please return to your respective seats. The next agenda, we have a keynote speech from the Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Indonesia with the topic Exploring Challenges and Navigating Benefits for the Future of the Global South. Please welcome Bapak Arif Hafaz Ogroseno. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Professor Amarulia Octavian, but normally I call him Admiral Octavian. We used to be meeting when we were younger. I think we're still young, but not just younger. I've known him since 2003, 2004. He was a commander in one of the frigate at that time, and I was director on maritime boundaries. So we have a lot of discussion with Indonesian Navy, and thus we have this professional and personal relationship that dates back decades ago. I also would like to extend our thanks to Pak Mardianto and Pak Agus for the organizing committee, and also Ms. Sachiko Takeda, the President Director of JICA in Indonesia, Excellencies, ambassadors, professors, scholars who are here this morning. I would like to start by stating the obvious, which is what is happening actually in our world today. The global uncertainty that actually engulf our part of the world, many different parts of the world today, wherever you are coming from. From Indonesia, the way we see it in our region, we have the heightening geopolitical tension between United States and China. We see unfortunate situations within the ASEAN. We have seen continuous situation in Myanmar that needs to be resolved. And if you go to South Asia, also situations are still characterized by some of the conflict in that regions. Europe, I was ambassador in Berlin before I take my job as Vice Foreign Minister. And when I came to Berlin 2018, nobody thought that there would be a big war in Europe. The German defense budget was around 50 billion. There is always peace rally, peace conference, defunding of the German military, reluctance of European Parliament to increase further fund for German military or membership of NATO, for instance. And all change when we have the Ukraine war, when we had the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. German military budget went up from around 50 billion to over 120 billion US dollar in just 48 hours. And that is a very clear marker on the priorities or reprioritizing in situation in Europe, which also mean for us in developing countries that the source of cooperations, grants are just not there anymore, or if they are, not as before. In Africa, we still see many conflicts, Latin America as well, and in terms of trade, we have seen the U.S. tariff policy that creates uncertainty in trade. We have seen WTO basically paralyzed, does not function at all. And it really is situations where many countries, especially developing countries, are really at disadvantaged situations. Now, with that geopolitical bleak situations today, then if you want to go further on the struggle of developing countries, I think some of the legacy of the colonialism persists, unfortunately. We still have the structural inequality in many different aspects of the world, and now it's even worsened in the aspect of finance and trade. I'll give you an example of the dwindling financial support in the climate change. I just came back from a UN Ocean Conference in Nice last June, and apparently World Bank, major NGOs, investors in the meeting in a special financing meeting in Monaco one day before the Nice conference, they all came up with a similar number, which was and still is that the least financed SDG is SDG 14. SDG 14 is life below water. SDG 14 is about our oceans, and it's about 80% of the coverage of our Earth. And it is the least finance. The world requires 175 billion US dollar. The available international financing, just $5 billion. So we need 170 billion US dollars for the SDG 14. So that's why countries with low-lying areas like Indonesia, some of our areas are already impacted by rising sea level. You look at the Pacific countries, there's what you call the climate change visa, for instance. Some countries are considered to be vanished on the face of the earth because of the rising sea level. And these all require financing, and it's just simply not there. And this is impacting a lot in developing countries. Another example of structural inequality is limited access to strategic resources. And when you talk about resources, many of us in developing countries, in Africa, in Latin America, in Asia, our access to critical raw minerals are actually very much limited. As a matter of fact, we have a case with the European Union in WTO where we banned the export of nickel. As a result, European Union put us on the dock, and with the argument that we, developing countries, are not allowed to export, to ban the export of raw materials. So there is a rule that they claim in WTO that we are not allowed to ban export. So it means access by developed world from Europe to Africa, Asia, Latin America on critical raw minerals should be opened. And we do not have the luxury to do processing in our countries. It's very unfortunate, but this is not new. This is something that we have seen 500 years ago, since 500 years ago when Europe came to Asia. We also have an issue of structural dependency in trade, as I mentioned. Standards are being put forward by developed countries, by EU in particular, on products that will enter the country. EU has standard for coffee. They don't blend coffee. US standard for cocoa, they don't plant cocoa. US standard for rubber, they don't plant rubber. You have standard on palm oil, they don't plant palm oil. So they have standard for product they don't even have. It's it's a very interesting. And when I said this as imperialism, people may protest. Indonesian Foreign Minister should not say that. But what I said, what it is. If it's not imperialism, then what it is. So is there any other word that you can replace that word? Give me that word, I said. So this is some of the problem that we face today. Health, vaccine nationalism is something that we have seen in the past. And this is something that's not going to be over. And if there is a pandemic coming up again, and a similar issue will come up again, then we developing countries will be really, really at risk. So that is the situation in the world today. That is the geopolitical in the world today. That is the situation of the global trade today, and the impact that I can mention in such a short time to developing countries. So I think the most important thing for us in general, and also today in this event and tomorrow, that's today, is what are we going to do about it? Right? So, enough complaining, right? Enough whining. So what are we going to do about it? A number of things comes to mind. First and foremost, I think in terms of climate. Just pick one issue, climate change, right? Climate change has both challenge and opportunity. And one of the opportunity that we have is actually resides in our country, the tropical forest. Many of us in developing countries, we have a very large tropical forest. But the price of the carbon is given to us unilaterally. I've been engaging with a couple of ambassadors here in Jakarta from a developed country, about the price of carbon sequestration per ton of Indonesian tropical forest. I was given a price of $5 per ton. And I asked them, why $5? Yeah, because it's $5 in Brazil. So I checked my colleague in Brazil, and they said, yeah, they told me because it's $5 in Asia. Why $5? Yeah, because it's $5 in DRC Congo. And I check our ambassador that I know. This is when I was in Berlin, okay? And they said, let me check with the capital. And say, yeah, the capital told me because it's $5 in Brazil and in Indonesia. So we are back against each other. So we are haggling on the price, like a beggar, right? What we should develop, I think, and I believe, is the method to calculate scientifically the price of carbon sequestrations in our forest. So it is the method that we should develop. Now, if experts, professors, scholars in developing countries can sit together and develop a method of calculations of carbon sequestration, and then we agree together at expert level and bring it up at the government level, then government will be able to decide, countries and developing countries, the standard that we develop ourselves on product that grows in our own country. It's not that other people decide the standard for us again and again and again and again. Blue carbon, but this is a new catchy stuff, right? And when I ask different experts from different countries, blue carbons are debatable. first they debate about the components of blue carbon. Some say mangrove only, others say mangrove and seagrasses. Some say mangrove, seagrasses, and corals, and some other argue mangrove, seagrasses, coral, and seaweed. But whatever the argument is, I believe everybody here has oceans. Everybody here has mangrove. In addition, your forest, and we can also easily put seagrasses, develop corals, and also develop seagrasses. But again, the problem is the same. There is not a single method on how you calculate the sequestration of blue carbon and the pricing itself. So I think this is a challenge, for all of us to work on the methods of different aspects on climate change. Another example, I think, is on the trade dependency. So I think there are many coffee producing countries here. So the price is not decided by us, it's decided by London. Again, a sign that we don't really own our stuff. Okay. But again, it can question our standards, sustainability of coffee, for instance, or sustainability of cocoa, for instance. These, I think, countries should establish ourselves. Because it's in our house, it's in our homes, it's in our lands, it's our legacy, it's our heritage. So I think the responsibility brings to us on this particular aspect. Another thinking that I have is on the science and technology. I've been asked a lot about the AI, and people say that AI is difficult. Well, I'm a lawyer. I'm not an expert on AI. I don't think AI is difficult because very simple logical reasons. First, there are two different things: AI and closed system. Closed system is Apple, Google, WhatsApp, Instagram. These are proprietary. These are closed. Okay, you don't compete with these guys. They have their system by themselves. They decided by themselves, and they have the property rights protected already. But AI is open source. If there is a combination of experts from developing countries, from global south, sit together and establish an AI, I think that would be great. Okay, it's using the existing algorithm. I have a discussion actually with a couple of Indonesian game developer. So Indonesia is a country that is quite advanced in game development. We have hundreds of companies providing game development services for local market, regional and global market in the world. And I asked them, why don't you guys build AI? Is it difficult? They said, no. Why don't you build it? No money in it. Because this guy wants to make money with the game development. They don't have time to do something like AI. And I asked them, so who should start if developing country wants to start? You guys, government. Because government have funding. If you can fund your expert to sit together or develop an algorithm of AI together, and then we can chip in at later stage. But the problem with AI development is not only a question of funding. Actually, it's not a question of funding according to them. It's a question of dedication of time. So this is something that I have proposed to you, I think, in this meetings today. Another element that I think can be developed in terms of Global South is, of course, the young scientist network. Of course, you have already done that, but I think you need to do it more. And also exchanges of students in different universities from Global South that provide some scholarships. I also want to do some advertisement here. There are a number of Indonesian universities that actually provide scholarships. I've been to different universities here. I've seen many foreign students. I think Admiral Octavian, when he was dean and also rector of Defense University, he offered many scholarships. I think regionally and different country as well. I went to a defense university, I think 3 or 4 months ago, and there were, I think, around 40 Palestinian students in Indonesian Defense University. Then there are students from Malaysia, from I think Singapore as well, from Myanmar and different parts of some from Africa as well. We have other university in here, Jakarta, West Java, and also in Central Java. They are providing scholarship for agriculture, for different elements, and I think this is something that we can develop together. So, in closing, I believe that yes, we have a number of difficult challenges that face us as a nation, as expert, as scholars, but I think there are many ways that we can work together. And I think we should choose some of the strategic elements in our works so that it will actually give a wider impact in our society. So once again, thank you very much. I hope you have a very good meeting, professors, and I look forward to have the recommendation coming from this symposium. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Big
wabarakatuh.
applause for Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Indonesia. Thank you for your keynote speech, sir. So Bapak Amarullah and Bapak Arif, you may continue to your next agenda. We are so grateful and thank you for your presence in this symposium. We wish you the best of luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the proceeding in 1 minute. In 1 minute, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session. This session, we will have an interactive discussion on Indonesia's perspective in the context of the Global South. We have the special focus for the discussion is on trade, investment, and diplomacy.
All right. In this session, we will explore Indonesia's role and experiences in navigating the challenges and opportunities within the Global South, featuring insight from the key policymakers and practitioners across various institutions. And now, to lead this exciting conversation, please welcome our moderator from the Ministry of Home Affairs of the Indonesia, the amazing Damaria Panjaitan. The stage is yours.
Damia Febriani Panjaitan is a coordinator for Bilateral Technical Cooperation Center for Facilitation of Cooperation, Ministry of Home Affairs Indonesia. She earned her Master of Public Administration from National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, GRIPS, Tokyo, Japan in 2014. She is also an awardee of Australia Awards Indonesia Short-Term Awards 2024 and JICA Local Governance Training Awards Japan in 2012, among other achievements.
Once again, give her a big round of applause, Damaria Panjaitan.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you, Bapak Ibu MC. Hello, good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Bajikan. Good morning and welcome to the Symposium PARETO BRIN 2025, held under the theme of Exploring the Global South, Epistemology, Development Pathways, and Research Network. My name is Ria Panjaitan, and I am honored to be your moderator for the first session today. On behalf of the organizing, I extend our warmest greetings to all participants joining us both on-site and from across time zones and disciplines. We are truly grateful for your presence and commitment to fostering meaningful dialogue and global cooperation. This symposium is a part of a series of events to celebrate the 30th Hari Teknologi Nasional or Technology Day. Today, we bring together thought leaders, practitioners, scholars, and policymakers to share insights, challenge assumptions, and co-create solutions to examine how countries in the Global South are confronting today while reimagining the future of global governance. Let us now begin the first session by inviting four distinguished speakers. Please join me in a warm welcome. The first one will be Bapak Radi Manggala, Director of Marketing, System Development, and Institutional Relations, Ministry of Creative Economy. The second one is Bapak Phillips J. Fairmont, Presidential Spokesperson, Presidential Communication Office. The third one is Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurogo, Director of Operations, Republik Indonesia Persero. And last but not least, Bapak Zamroni Salim, Head of Research Center for Macroeconomics and Finance, BRIN. Okay. Welcome, Bapak. Before we start this session, I'll give some information on the panel discussion. So each of the speakers will be given approximately 15 to 20 minutes to present their presentation, and will be followed by a question and Q&A sessions. We encourage the participants to actively participate. Feel free to raise questions during the Q&A sessions or use the chat online for engagement. So for the first, sorry. For the first speaker, I would like to introduce Bapak Radi Manggala. He's the Director for Marketing System Development and Interinstitutional Relations at the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, the Creative Economy Bapak ya, sudah Creative Economy Republic of Indonesia. Pak Radi will be presenting Creative Economy for South-South Cooperation. Time is yours, Pak. Silakan.
And actually the moderator offered me to go to the podium, but I would like to present it while sitting, so it's not too formal to actually present, and hopefully we can also having a fruitful sharing discussion session later on. Because I think this creative economy will be a new paradigm to actually having a South and South diplomacy and also South and South economic perspective. So I will begin to my presentation, short presentation around 10 minutes. Thank you, Ibu Ria, for the first opportunity to present. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera, and Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and also Rahayu. Thank you for the chance for opportunities for the Ministry of Creative Economy and Creative Economy Agency to present this. And actually, this is my first time also to present a new perspective for the diplomacy, soft diplomacy through creative economy. And while the previous keynotes from the Vice Minister, His Excellency Arif Hafaz Ugroseno already said that South and South diplomacy have so many issues, especially we need to strengthen our South and South diplomacy and collaborations in order to also have a same framework and also a same positions to actually have to strengthen economic position and also diplomacy. As we already know that the South and South cooperations and economic is already constitute around 20% of global trades, and therefore I guess the creative economy have some chunks on it and then significant contribution on it. Let's begin with the next, please, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay, by definition, actually, creative economy is constitute in the law of number 24, our law, Indonesian law number 24, 2022, defined as a realization of added value from intellectual property, which can source for any kind of ideas of human creativity based either the cultural heritage, science, or technology. So some of it can be argued that intellectual property rights came from or resulted from research, could be also defined as a creative economy, but that's it for another discussion, I guess. And then the interesting part is sometimes creative economy is also cannot be defined only by the sectors we have. Recently, we have in our master plan of creative economy, which is we call it Indecraft, from which is this year is the last of the last of commencing year of our master plan, and it will be renewed next year. Is only constitute only 17 sectors, but later on we will divide it into the cluster. So it is not only limited only sectors, but could be also broaden the definition of creative economy. So in the next slide, I will show how important of this creative economy for South and South diplomacy, and also how important of this creative economy for the development of the developing countries especially. So yes, for the shifting paradigm, as we already know that the previous government led by Pak Jokowi is already had a legacy for the downstreaming or raw materials that we used to have and we exported. Then we have the policy to downstreaming and then not further to have exported the raw materials, but we need to have some added value. I think by creative economy can shift the paradigms and jump. We have a jump or leapfrog movement from just downstreaming into the creativity. So not based on raw or maybe industrialization, but we base everything, every economy is based on the ideas. Creation is also innovations based on our intellectual property. That's why I think the diplomacy need to what we have actually recently happened in Indonesia through the royalty disputes, for example, in the music sectors, and also music is actually reflecting that actually the issue of having the magnitude of creative economy is already there. And as I think it's not also happen in Indonesia, but also will happen also globally. So I guess we can shift that paradigm by previously based on the industrialization and also capital base into the idea base or creativity base. Next, please. And then why a creative economy is important for the South and South development, and also South and South diplomacy, because creative economy itself is already have a relatively low barrier of entry. So it's based on the idea and also based on the creation process. It's based on innovations that every single of us actually can be a creative people of creative powerhouse, and it's inclusive. It's inclusive that in the sense of the every of us is whether you are you are a woman, you are a man, is whether you are having based on regardless of your religion, your background, from the let's say you are from a very let's say less developed country, or you are very from the developed countries. No matter is your background, is actually the creativity can come from that from everyone. Then the creation process that will accelerate by us, the Ministry of Creative Economy in Indonesia, is the things that we are tapping into. So we are having the policy that actually accelerate the process. But regardless of the process, everyone is invited. That's why aside of that, the low barrier, we are also having creative economy as an inclusive and very promising sectors. And also, as I already mentioned slightly, that this also drive innovation, of course, and because it's having relatively slow, relatively fast pace and can be done everywhere, it's also very huge capacity of becoming a sustainable sectors. And last but not least, for the creative in economy sectors, is we have already proven that during the pandemic, we are one of the most resilient sectors that stay above and still grow, even when the other sectors is need to retracted or decrease a little bit, and then afterwards rebound. But we are never rebounded, because actually we have a little bit slow, but when technological is needed and the technological innovation is accelerated, we already boost, and then we prove that we are a resilient sector. Next. This is just a slide figure how actually the example of how Indonesia and also this Southern Hemisphere countries actually grow quite significantly during past few years in creative economy and play important role. The figures is we got the data from UNCTAD, but for Indonesia itself, from BPS, we had the figures for from the labor, for example, labor number for the creative economy already constitute around 26 million workers. Whether this figure is already solely on creative economy, we believe is cross-sectorals actually, but those are the numbers that shown that the Indonesia example, Philippines, Peru, and Nigeria recently already have a significant number from the creative economy sectors contribute for the economy. Next. And actually the global South creative economy, the global South is we need to mainstreaming the creative economy into the global South, South and South economy and diplomacy, because characteristically we have robust young technological adept populations, and we have a big, if not huge, market opportunity is there. Digitalization as opportunities, fair entry barriers, as mentioned earlier, and thriving in MSME ecosystem, which is recently by our recent government is also, we are also helped by the Ministry of MSME and also the Ministry of Cooperation, for example. So the ecosystem is there and it's growing quite rapidly. Next. And so how we achieve the global South cooperation through creative economy, I guess we need to align the share visions and beliefs on the creative economy. If you may agree on this idea, I guess everyone is invited for this creative economy sectors. And then we having also already recognized in, I will tell you later in next slide, or the recognize of creative economy in global panel or organizations. And then the global multi-stakeholders collaborations already there. And moment of creative talent through digital accelerations, we movement of creative talent. There's a lot of movement, also not by physically, but also by digitally. The creative movement and collaboration was already there, led by the young talents and also led by business, young businessmen, young professionals, and improvement of creative economy ecosystem through open and inclusive ecosystem. Like funding is already there, not only limited only banking institution, but also non-banking institutions. Next. Recognizing criteria, as I mentioned earlier, that we have already have some recognitions twice in the UN General Assembly for International Creative Economy Year 2021, Creative Economy for Sustainable Development in 2023. We had also some forum and then addressed in G20, APEC, OECD, and MICTA. ASEAN just recently adopted ASEAN Creative Economy Sustainable Framework. And for the most important thing is we have World Creative Economy Conference for Creative Economy as our IP. Indonesia is the host in every 4 years. Next. Economy is the main actually diplomatic source for the creative economy, because it's actually combine and collaborate everyone from the creative economy. We call it hexahelix, government and then business, communities, and then media, academic, and also media, and also the financial institutions. And we will warm welcome all the hexahelix to contribute into the melting pot of diplomacy, and also forum in the World Conference of Creative Economy, and will be held next year in Indonesia. And then we serve also crucial way for Indonesia to celebrate and promote creative economy, both domestic and also in for the, we call it globalization, so local and global. And I think that's from us. I return to the moderator and hopefully for the fruitful discussion furthermore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Radi. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to add that Pak Radi is an alumni from the University of Indonesia, majoring of marketing management, and he also earned his master's degree from Hamburg University in International Business Transaction Law. So I think a bit of keynotes of what he presented earlier, I think. So there's a shift of paradigm, Pak Radia, from industrial to creative economy that bring a bigger potential on innovations and ideas. And I think that Indonesia has a big potential based on the large number of robust young people that mainly, very aware of digitalization. And also, I think the key point will be this creative economy will bring inclusion, drive innovation, sustainability, of course, through collaboration. So I would like to invite our second speaker, Dr. Phillips J. Fairmont, PhD, the spokesperson for Foreign Affairs at the Presidential Communication Office of the Republic of Indonesia. Phillips has a deep expertise in diplomacy and international affairs, and Pak Philips will present Indonesia's foreign policy and the global south, which highlight Indonesia's strategic role as a bridge between developing and developed nations. Pak Philips, time is yours.
Very good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Dameria. First of all, I'd like to thank the leadership of BRIN for inviting me to share some thoughts on this, I think, very interesting and very important forum today. I'm going to speak probably about 10 minutes or 15 minutes if things go well. I have 150 slides. All right. I'm asked to speak about the foreign policy of Indonesia and then how we locate ourselves in terms of South-South cooperation. And then I think in the past few years, we all noticed that the narrative South has been increasingly circulated in various parts of the world because, in my view, the ground has shifted because of the geopolitical challenges, the dynamics between the US and China, and then new leaderships coming up in various parts of the world, in Europe, in Asia, in Africa, as well as in the United States. So Indonesia and other countries, especially in the developing world, need to adjust. So this is not about, the sentiment, although we do have shared history of colonialism and so on and so forth. But I think we need to change our view on how we cooperate among each other in the Global South in particular, and how then we locate that into the global politics and international relations. Now, if I can move to the second slides, please. This is because I wear many hats. I was the executive director of CSIS, a think tank in Indonesia, and I'm still a dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences at the Indonesian International Islamic University, initiative by the Indonesian government. I'll talk about it a bit later because I think that as well is an element that Indonesia is focusing on, building our relations with the Global South country. Now, and now you invited me as the spokesperson for the Presidential Communication Office, so I have to start with the Constitution. That our Constitution mandates every government of Indonesia successively, because it's written, that we need tech people, the land, promoting welfare, achieving welfare, educate the people, and participate in world order. If you can reverse the order, I think they are linked into one another. We need a safe world in order to protect our land, to increase our prosperity, and to educate our people. Next slide, please. Now, with the next slide. Having said that, the current government is in the opinion or in the objective of achieving a primary goal that is economic development. And that's true for every Global South country because we are having the momentum. Our regions, Southeast Asia, for example, have been recording pretty high economic growth. Africa is catching up, South Asia developing fast, and then Latin America as well. So if some people said that the United States is in decline, I'm kind of still doubt because the US remained the most powerful nation on earth in terms of military. But I think what is true is the others are catching up. That includes Indonesia and the rest of the Global South. We are catching up. So that's why it looks like, there have been a very significant shift in the United States, but, we are not talking about the United States right now, but we are actually catching up through development. Right? So our primary national interest right now is development. But if I may, next slide, just a start. ignore the numbers, concentrate on the pictures. If we plot the current state of the economy of the world, I plot this data on the horizontal axis is the Human Development Index above from year to year by the UNDP. And then on the vertical axis, it's the Freedom Index. I got it from, there are professors here. There are database on this, but this is particularly from the Freedom House survey. So if you are going up in terms of the vertical axis, you have more freedom. You are more democratic. And if you are going to the right, that means your Human Development Index much better, right? Increasing. Now, if we imagine there's a diagonal line, the global north are the ones on the top right-hand side. Right? You have New Zealand, Finland, Iceland, Switzerland, Denmark, South Korea is there, Japan is there, Germany, Australia, and so on and so forth. We are aspiring to be moving to the top part of this graph, right? Because that means you are at the upper level, meaning you are more democratic, and you are on the right, meaning your Human Development Index is better. Right? This data is from 1995. Indonesia is that little red dot, meaning the larger the circle, actually the larger the GDP. So this is just how I construct. In 1995, Indonesia is down, meaning the freedom was limited in 1995. And in terms of Human Development Index, we are in the middle. We are not good. We are not bad. We are so-so back then. But the circle is small, meaning our GDP is small. Right? And then the rest of the countries, I just put an examples here. Some countries from Africa, from Southeast Asia, from Asia, and from Europe, and so on. We are more or less the global south on the down on the left part. Right? Next slide. 1998. Again, we are moving up in terms of freedom because that was the time when we started the democratization. Our GDP shrinking because, of course, of the financial crisis. Our Human Development Index remained in the middle. We're not moving, if not getting worse, back in 1998. Right. China moving up a little bit. Human Development Index remained in the middle. The economic size getting bigger. The larger the circle. Right. Vietnam still down at the level. Japan, of course, steady. And then the other global north, they are steady on the upper side of the graph. We are jumbling countries in the global south. 1998. Next slide. Sorry, it should be 2007. It's not 1998, it's 2017. So we are as well moving even more up because we are more democratic and so on. And then the Human Development Index remain in the middle. What does it mean? We become more democratic. We become more democratic. We become economically more bigger, but our development remains standstill. So that's why I think successive government in Indonesia, because given we have the large size of population, geography, and so on and so forth, our main challenge is development. Next slide. Now, so to achieve that, so far the government, and then I think we, observer of Indonesia's foreign policy, agree that we are still maintaining this free and active foreign policy, but more and more countries turn inward because we want to secure our domestic economic goal through foreign policy. It's true for the United States, it's true for China, it's true for EU, and it's true for countries like Indonesia. We used to ask when we are talking about foreign policy, where is the meat? We are attending this forum, we are member of various platforms and so on, where's the meat? Now it's really the era of diplomacy, given what, for example, our vice minister earlier, the geopolitical change necessitates us to really looking at our own basic interests and then trying to create a maximum options possible, to secure and navigate this changing at the global level. Now, secondly, in the past 10 years as well, new strategic terms come to the fore, right? The Indo-Pacific. It is a geopolitical term describing that the geopolitical emphasis has shifted through this region, the Indo-Pacific, where Indonesia is located right in the middle. But in my view, in many years before, we tend to pay more attention to the Pacific part. We are looking at China, we are looking at Japan, we are looking at South Korea, we are looking at the United States, and then basically the Pacific part. We, Indonesia, looking at the Indo part with justice, because actually we do have partners in the Indo part, India, Bangladesh, South Asia, and then go beyond the Indian Ocean through the Indian rim that includes North Africa and so on and so forth. So I think what has been happening in the past at least 1 year, we are looking more at this Indo part in the context of Indonesia's foreign policy and Indonesia's economic development. Next slide. Now, Global South is a contested term. I know you have another session on the Global South, but Indonesia, if I may say, plays a unique role, meaning that we are part of the developing nation, but at the same time, we are a member of G20, the 20 largest economy. So if we realize that this one unique role that we can play at the global level is to bridge between the developing and developed nation. If we remember during the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, Indonesia, when Indonesia was the chairman, Indonesia, South Africa, India, and Brazil were actually actively persuaded the North country to form what then eventually become the pandemic funds. And through the pandemic funds, we made vaccines available throughout the Global South. We made various health facilities available to the Global South. So that kind of role, I think Indonesia can play. I.e., Indonesia can put forward the interest of the Global South, which is actually the interest of Indonesia as well, in various multilateral platforms, including G20, where the two blocs meet. Next slide. Just to name a few examples, we are a member of the G20, APEC, and so on. The past few months, Indonesia actively attended, of course, the summit of these various platforms. If you look at the agenda put forward by India, South Africa, Brazil, and Indonesia, we are always trying to put the development agenda of these G20 meetings. So together with the representative of the Global South in the G20, we can actually participate and put the development agenda of the Global South on the table, including development, poverty, inequality, food security, and in various other forms, including climate change. Next slide. Another example of how Indonesia plays some roles and trying to engage more with the Global South country is our involvement in the D8, right? The Development Aid Forum. D8 is a very important forum if we look at the data of the D8. D8 member countries represent the third largest economic bloc globally, with a combined GDP of almost $5 trillion in 2023 alone. But we are not cooperating well among the D8 countries. And then the PricewaterhouseCoopers, for example, predicted that by 2050, many countries in the D8 will be among the 25 largest economies by 2050. Right? If we realize this potential that we have among the member of the D8. And then the next slide. However, All data seems to be very positive in terms of economic potentials and so on, but we are not immune to the geopolitical challenges and tension between the US and China. But conflicts, of course, are possible, but not unavoidable. And the DNA of Indonesia's foreign policy has been that we would always transform conflicts into cooperation. We did that during the ASEAN formation back in 1967. And then throughout ASEAN, we as well proved that that's our DNA. We are actively trying to find solution as well in the Palestine, for example, and many other conflicts. Indonesia is one of the largest contributor for the peacekeeping operation acknowledged by the United States, the United Nations, and so on and so forth. So we do this actively because the Constitution mandated we need to have a peace and world order, but at the same time to fulfill our national economic goals. Next slide. I think I just quote the president earlier. Next slide. Now, another example is BRICS. People were asking in Indonesia why we joined BRICS and so on and so forth. But India is within BRICS. So the question about Indonesia leaning towards countries who are against the United States, more or less can be defeated because India is there. But Indonesia is actively, like any other global South country should, we are creating, we are diversifying our sources of economic development and trade. And secondly, we are maintaining robust engagement still with the United States, B2B, government to government as well. And if you look at the BRICS and why Indonesia is joined is basically serving our interests and intents to maintain our strategic autonomy. We can engage with any other country with any other interest as long as it serves our interests as well. Next slide. African Union. This is, I think, still under research in Indonesia. So if BRIN and others would like to research more on Africa, that I think would be beneficial for our alternative views. Right? We have modalities, shared history of colonialism, economic reliance, and hopes for just order. And things are developing in terms of our relations with Africa, bilaterally and as well as through ASEAN. We established the new ASEAN-African Strategic Partnership back in 2005 when we are commemorating the 50th anniversary of the Bandung Conference. And then in 2023, more recently, we have ASEAN and African Union dialogue. We are trying to find better cooperation. The meeting was on the sideline of the 78th UN General Assembly meeting in New York, meaning both ASEAN countries, including Indonesia and African Union, sees the need to be more in-depth in terms of our cooperation between Southeast Asia and Africa. In this context is African Union. Next slide. Bilateral, it happens, although, I think there are more room for improvement through ASEAN and then through bilateral relations. ASEAN-AU relation, African Union, present a potential path for South-South cooperation, right? Founded on mutual respect, shared development objectives, and regional integration. Now, one part of this as well is the possibility of South-South triangular cooperation with the help of countries from the north. And I specifically, I think, refer to Japan. When we are talking about Indo-Pacific, the only country to my knowledge that put Africa in their concept of Indo-Pacific is Japan. Japan extends their views on Indo-Pacific for more engagement with Africa. So I think that's why we are here. Thank you, friend from Japan, Jetro and JICA, because Japan sees the strategic potential for Africa, and then ASEAN ourselves as well sees this as an opportunity with Japan and forming the South-South triangular cooperation. Next slide. The ties are as well increasingly significant. We are merging our strategic interests Vice Minister earlier mentioned about the rare earth, and then we are looking a new markets as well from our non-traditional market. That's the language used by the Foreign Ministry, and Africa provide that particular opportunity for Indonesia, and I think Africa sees Indonesia and Southeast Asia as an opportunity as well. So the interest is mutual. Next slide. And things again are developing fast. South Africa already signed the ASEAN Treaty of Amity and Cooperation in 2020. And then Indonesia already hosted the Indonesia-Africa Forum twice, 2024 and 2023. ASEAN-South Africa Sectoral Dialogue Partnership already signed this year, 2025. Singapore organized Africa-Singapore Business Forum this year as well. In 2023, South Africa and Morocco already granted sectoral dialogue partnership with ASEAN, a status that increase and leverage more cooperation, at least with the two countries that can serve as a gateway for ASEAN to the African region. Next slide, going back to the Constitution, that we want to be independent, we want to be maintaining our freedom to determine our own stance and policies on international issues, and working on with Global South, certainly showing our determination to be independent in terms of our foreign policy. Now, lastly, if advertisement is possible, the Indonesian Islamic University is an initiative by the Indonesian government, only providing master's and PhD degrees for Global South country, fully funded by the Indonesian government. Currently, we have students coming for 45 countries from the Global South. So if any of you would like to know more about the university, we can discuss on the sideline of this forum. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Philip, for your presentation. So I think a couple of points that Pak Philip have addressed is there's a need to adjust, Pak Philip, and one of the main challenges is development. I think it's similar with other countries in the Global South. In a way, I'd like to say that it's best to understood that development as a multi-facet struggle that tied to historical, political, economic, and environmental conditions. So in addressing it, it requires inclusive government, social justice, and global cooperations. Indonesia plays a unique role, as you said earlier, at the global stage, that is to bridge between the developing and developed nations. And also about SSTC, but it's also that's quite interesting platform that combines engagement between the country from the north and the south, and also opportunities to expand trade and investment with non-traditional partners, as the foreign ministries address. So thank you, Pak Phillips, and we would like to go on to the third speaker of the day, Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurugo, Director of Operation at PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, with a master's degree in chemical engineering from ITS Surabaya. Pak Dwi brings decades of leadership in strategic operations, digital transformation, and sustainability across major state-owned enterprises. Time is place is yours, Bapak.
Thank you. Sorry. I choose this place, Pak from the center, Pak Philip from the right side of the stage, and now to make balance, this place here. Thank you. Very good morning, gentlemen. Oh, sorry. Check. No problem. Check. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy in here, and I would like to very thank you for the special and our opportunity to stand in here. And I would like to present about the food and fertilizers. Oh, sorry, yeah, on this, yeah. Next slide, please. Okay, sorry. With the voice comment, I think it's very effective without this voice comment, yeah. No, talking about, once again, if we are talking about the food, especially food security, we are talking about the serious things. Serious thing. Why? Let me look at the graphs. The slides show that the upper side, that the net importer, net exporter, and net importer of the world, and then in future, above of that, above on the horizontal line, this net exporter, and below is the net importer of all of the world, of all of the world, for the food of the all of the world. And now we can see that the gap of the net importer and net exporters is increasing sharply. This is the gap. This graph shows that we are now facing the food crisis in the world. This is not only one country's problem, Indonesia problems, one other country problems, but this global problem about the food security of the people in the world. This is the projected of the up to 2030. And how about it? And how about in Indonesia? Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide, maybe. Next slide. Yeah. How about Indonesia? Okay, Indonesia now have the people of Indonesia is more or less 250 million people, and now we have no import of the rice, yeah, especially to fulfill the Indonesia the local needed, yeah. It's okay now, yeah, but let me see about the 2045 when we will celebrate of the 100 Indonesian independence. 2045, the project of the people of Indonesia is more or less 125 people need food. Now it's okay. Indonesia have no import of the rice up to now, yeah, in the first half of 2025. But we look at the 2045 when Indonesia 100 years of celebration independence, we need more or less 5 million rice. 5 million rice is yeah. If we talk about the 5 million rice, and we should need more or less 1 million hectares needed extensive trade agriculture. It's mean the 1 million hectares now more or less all of the area in East Java province. So if Indonesia have a productivity more or less 5.2 tons per hectare now, the fact of the data of the this years, and in 2045 with the increasing of the people, we should, or Indonesia should extend 1 million hectares of paddy farming. You can imagine it. This as wide as East Java's, all of the East Java province area of the plantation and of the paddy. Yeah. So we should overcome it. We talk about the activity that we prepare from now 2045 and the futures. Ladies and gentlemen, we talk about the agriculture. Agriculture is agriculture. Culture is the activity that done by people that is accumulation of the wisdom, skill, experience that passes through generation to generation. Agriculture, not agribusiness. Agribusiness, we can do it in the 5 or 10 years, but we talk about agriculture. Agriculture is not, we need time, we need maybe all of the people realize about that, yeah. So this is the reality. This is the fact now and the future about Indonesia and the global, yeah. And how about the Indonesia and Pupuk Indonesia? I'm from the Pupuk Indonesia holding company. What Pupuk Indonesia program to overcome it, to give a contribution for Indonesia and of the global and the global about the food security. Yeah, we have several initiative program, initiative strategy. We know that technology is needed from the next for the modern agriculture. Next slide, please. Yeah. Or before, previous slide. Yeah, I mean, previous slide. Okay. This one. Okay, this one. Previous slide. In the screen is okay, but okay. Sorry, the previous slide. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Our presidents, our government of Indonesia have a priority about the food security. I think it's the right decisions. And President Indonesia, Pak Prabowo, said that we should give more attention about the food security. Pupuk Indonesia as the fertilizer producer know about that, and we very thanks for the government. We have assignment to increasing the subsidized fertilizers. Previously, about 4.7 million tons. Now 9.55 million tons of the subsidized fertilizers. This is one of the our government decision to make the increasing productivity, increasing the productivity and to fulfill the food security of Indonesia. Not about that, not only about that. That Indonesia have several initiative strategy. Firstly, about the precision farming. Yeah, we have data about the productivity of Indonesia. Now Indonesia, the average productivity of Indonesia, 5.2 tons per hectare of paddy rice. Compared with Vietnam now 5.9. So there's a gap in Vietnam. Vietnam is more higher of productivity. And Pupuk Indonesia have a program to make more improve and also the another sorry another slide ini okay. The initiative of the Pupuk Indonesia to make to give a contribution of the food security in Indonesia. Firstly, about the productivity. Yeah, we have a program to make a precision farming. We collect the data. We have a big data of the land of Indonesia. We can identify the pH we have data of the nutrient, nitrogen, potash, and kalium in each district in Indonesia. No, not all of Indonesia, but the part of Indonesia, and we will expand it to all of the land area in Indonesia to get a precision data, and then we will optimizing resource utilizations, and so we have a program in digitalization. digitalization is not only distributing of the product to make sure the subsidized fertilizers is received by the correct people, but we develop about the upstream of the agriculture. We have the data. We create the data about the for the soil content, and also we have the plantation itself, and we have several the new product that more greener in Indonesia. Okay, there's several projects, there's several program of Pupuk Indonesia to make to contribute the Indonesian food security. As I know that we should prepare it to anticipate the increasing of the number of the people in Indonesia, and also at the world, of course. Okay, next slide. Yeah, I introduce Pupuk Indonesia. Pupuk Indonesia now is the largest and best fertilizer producer, not only in Indonesia, but in Indonesia, in Asia Pacific, Middle East, and North Africa. Pupuk Indonesia is the biggest manufacturer, producer of the fertilizers. We have more or less 14 million product of fertilizers and also chemicals. And we not stop in the step as is, but we will expand. Next slide. We will expand our capacity to fulfill the need of the fertilizers. For urea, it's okay. We have access, and we can deliver it to another country. But for NPK, we still need more. So we will build new plants of NPK to fulfill the NPKs needed in Indonesia. And also, when we have an access, we can export it to another country. Okay. Yeah. Next slide, please. Pupuk Indonesia have plants that process the natural gas, to be fertilizers. But not only that, our plants can produce another product, chemicals. Yeah, we produce sulfuric acid, we produce phosphoric acid, and we process the raw material coming from the another country to be several products, not only fertilizer but only chemicals. In our roadmap, in the future roadmap, we also produce several chemicals, commodities, special chemicals like the soda ash, methanol, and also several chemicals that Indonesia need about it. We still import it, even that the product is the consumption of the products are very high, but up to now we not yet produce it in Indonesia. So we will import it like soda ash. We full import from another country. Yeah, the Pupuk Indonesia we have a program to fulfill the food security with the fertilizer product, and we have a chance to develop with the downstreaming with another product, especially in the chemicals, and we will contribute not only in the food security and also but also in industrial side. Ladies and gentlemen, for the closing statement, that food security is not only Indonesian problem, not only one's problem, but the global problem, that we should pay attention about that. Very thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Dwi, for your presentation. So as Pak Dwi mentioned earlier, I think we all agree that food security is one of the main problems, ya Pak, ya, and it has a lot of challenges also. And right now, food security is one of the main priorities of the government of Indonesia, as mentioned in the President Prabowo Asta Cita. And Indonesia has a lot of potential in that area as the South Asia's largest economy, boasting a GDP of 1.37 trillion. And then also the agricultural sector contributes 12.53% of GDP and employs more than 40 million people, which is, I think it's a large number. And also we have a demographic bonus that peaked in 2045, 324 million, hopefully a strong urbanized market that will drive onto industrialization. So thank you, Pak Dwi, and we will continue to our last speaker, Bapak Zamroni Salim. Pak Zamroni Salim is the head of research and Center for Macroeconomics and Finance at the National Research and Innovation Agency, or BRIN. As we can say, tuan rumah dari sesi kita pada pagi hari ini. Today he will present Indonesia between the Global South and Global North in trade and investment, and exploring Indonesia's trade direction, South-South cooperation, and the role of investment in today's global economy. Pak Zamroni, the time place is yours.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Pak Agus Eko, Ambassador Professor Fekadu from Ethiopia, Professor Rika, the Head of Research Center from ORTKPKM, Ibu Takeda dari JICA, from JICA, and also distinguished guests from all over around the world. As the last presenters, it's very easy for me just to say Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Okay. I would like to talk here about how we can redefine global south. Okay, and let me use this pointer. I hope it is working. Okay. Before we start, basically we need to ask ourselves a question. When we talk about global south, have we been moving to the right direction between global south cooperation? Or are we just moving to the wrong direction? The next question, have we been moving significantly to the global south? Or just we are having ceremonial like this symposium, for example? So any effort that we can do is today, starting from today, we can redefine what is global south meaning. Okay, and there are some sources that we can quote about what is global south according to the committee of this PARETO, mentioning about the countries from Africa, Asia, Latin America, and also from American Sociological Association, mentioning that basically global south refers to a country with less development, a country with low income, and a country as the third world. Do we accept that one? So after this symposium, we need to redefine for ourselves what is basically global south. So we are here as a government official, we are here as scholars, as a researcher, need to redefine what is global south and what direction that we need to go further together. Okay, from the perspective of trade and investments, here I quote some models that basically all global south countries prefer to have non-binding agreement. It's a kind of just ceremonial, it's a kind of just cooperation without any kind of legal enforceability, legal enforceable and also not legal enforceable. Meaning we need to have a kind of right and responsibility. We need to have decide ourselves a kind of time frame and due dates. Okay, there is a carrot and stick. So we need a kind of binding agreement if we want to go further to the right direction with significant impact or significant contribution to our global South cooperation. That's the point. Next one is about the South diplomacy in trade. What kind of South diplomacy in trade that we can copy, okay, that we can reiterate to have a better, tighter cooperation, not only in trade, but also investment and other social, cultural cooperation. So from the trade and investment perspective, I just quote the model of ASEAN and RCEP. Maybe all of you already understood well about RCEP and ASEAN. We can copy it, but again, back to the two model of binding and non-binding agreement, we need to follow a binding agreement like CPTPP or even WTO. Without that, we just only have a kind of ceremonial cooperation. We are opening, we are ending without any significant contribution to the development of global South. The reason of why we need to have a kind of binding agreement in order for us to have a better, a tighter binding in trade and investment, as well as in any other cooperation that global South countries really want to be a better in development. And also I will highlight here a points of the current global issues about Trump tariff and also how global South giving response to the Trump tariffication. Here I divide it into three categories. The first one is about Japan, Korea, and Australia. Sorry, Ms. Takeda, I mentioned Japan here. The second group is China and EU. And the third one is global South in general. The first groups of Japan, Korea, and Australia, basically they have a kind of tighter political security relationship, so they tend to be less confrontation, less retaliation, less conflicts when President Trump using American first, make American great again, and promoting domestic policies. The second group is European Union and China. These two groups are basically frontal enough to giving counterattacks to the Trump tariffication by giving a sanction, by increasing the same numbers of tariff. The second group. The third one is global South, are basically trying to minimize the negative impact of Trump tariffication by trying to give also imposing some tariff. And for the last one, we call it as a group plus is Indonesia. How Indonesia has been negotiating. Indonesia basically just received around 32-39%, but finally our government, sorry Pak Philip, Pak Dwi and Pak Radi, we don't know exactly the process of negotiation, and finally our president received reducing tariff from 32 to become 19%. So what we have spent to finally receive 19%. There are many offers that our governments give to United States, okay, including almost 99% are free from tariff, free from non-tariff measure, okay, and intention to buy some energy, global energy from the United States, and also aircraft from the United States, as well as other discount for tariffication. But not only that, the most important thing and most crucial one is about data transfer. basically America, the United States is can be detected and also can be approached by talking about international property right. That's the concern, the most concern of the United States to Indonesian economy during TPP or CPTPP establishment. But right now, Indonesia is moving forward by giving a cost to our economy according to the tariffication, lowering tariffication for almost 99% of the United States product. Okay, the reason of why Trump is imposing this kind of reciprocal tariff, basically only one reason. Trump is trying to protect their economy. I believe that each country in the global south having right to protect your own economy. That's what President Trump do to the United States. So because of that, we need to think again, to redefine again, what kind of cooperation that global south can contribute, including to the retaliation or countermeasure to the United States. Okay, and this is the main point that we are together here in the PARETO International Symposium. Have we been moving to the right direction or to the wrong direction? And we need to redefine that based on data. So I give you here a small data, a simple data. Okay. From Indonesian case, in 2003, Indonesian trade with global south is just around 30%, meaning 70% with global north. But what happened in 2022, I'm not using 2024 because the data is, there is a time lag. So 2022, in fact, for Indonesian case, there is a huge significant contribution when Indonesia trading with global south. So from 30% to become 57%. This is data. And by this data, we can redefine again what is global south, okay, to give a counter measure to American Sociological Association that global south is just a collection of people with low income, okay, with low level of human skill development. So we need to redefine that by presenting this data. And again, I declare that it's just only Indonesia. So when you come back to your country, to your home, to your office, please redefine again what is basically global south. For Indonesian case, we have already moved to the right direction, but I don't know, maybe from Ethiopia, from other African countries, from Latin America, maybe we have different numbers. But for Indonesia, there is a great right direction to the global south. And the last slide, about research on global south on trade and investment. Again, my expertise is on trade and investment, so I just focus on trade and investment. There are some areas that we can together to have a kind of a study like South-South cooperation in general, including for human capital. Also foreign trade policy and middle power dynamics, because basically many of global south countries are basically a dynamic power, middle power in terms of security, in terms of economy, etc., etc. And next is about the economic development and digital transformation, which is we are here under digital era. It's very important to highlight that kind of research and cooperation. And also diaspora engagement. Diaspora engagement can be a promoter for a better relationship under global south. And the last one is in order for us to go deeper, tighter, and also convert our global south development, we need to work together starting from research, because here at BRIN as a research center, we need to redefine again what is global south, what kind of direction that we already move, and what kind of achievement that we already get. So we need to redefine to counter attack about the definition of global south. because in my opinion, global south is not so good enough to hear, but low income, low level of human development, etc., etc. So by this research, we can do together to redefine as a mandate of this PARETO 2025 from ORTKPK and BRIN to redefine again what is global south from the research perspective. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Bapak Zamroni Salim. If I may add a little of Pak Zamroni, I haven't read. He graduated from the Graduate School of International Development and yes. International trade, economic integration. So we can see why Pak Zamroni has a really strong academic research on those areas, I think, in trade and investment. So a few key points I think that he mentioned earlier is trade and investments are essential for global South countries to navigate global economic challenges, and South-South trade is more a non-binding trade agreements, Pak Zamroni, and looking forward to be a more binding agreements, right, Pak? Yeah. So he also take an interesting take on the issue of Trump's tariff and global South responses. And also, I think what is one of the highlight is every country have the right to protect their economy. We couldn't agree more with that. So, ladies and gentlemen, our four speakers have present their presentation, and I think we can see there's a different take from each speakers, like Pa Radi and Pa Phillips are more on the policies issue, and then we also have a insight from the business from Pa Dwi, and also academics from Pa Zamroni. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to open a Q&A session. I think we will take 3 question first from the audience, and maybe you can see if there are online participants also that would like to raise some questions. So please, ladies and gentlemen, just raise your hand and the committee will help. Yes, one in front. Anyone else here? Okay, 2 Bapak di Ibu pakai, and 3 di depan ya. 3. We have 3 first, and then we can, if we still have time and the committee has allowed me to have more time on Q&A, then we will take Ibu with the, yellow batik ya Bu ya. Okay, first one, please, Bapak.
Thank you very much. I have no question, but I just want to say a few words. I'm Fikat, Ethiopia. Maybe you know Ethiopia is one of the countries Africa, and Ethiopia and Indonesia had a long-standing diplomatic relation. Ethiopian delegates were members of the 1955 Africa-Asia Bandung Conference, and our diplomatic relation started formally in 1961. So we are enjoying a very good diplomatic relation. Despite long-standing diplomatic relation, the relation in terms of business development is yet to be strengthened. I'm really happy to hear the 3 panelists' view, and it's very interesting. I learned a lot from your contribution this morning, and your insight is very much shared by myself and most of the Global South. And we need to do more by bringing our scholars, students, and researchers so that they can work together and create a better world, not only for Ethiopia and Indonesia, but for the global community. Despite the existing global challenges, there are opportunities to work on. As the Vice Minister this morning has indicated, we have to have standards for our products. Standards for products in the Global South should not be determined somewhere else. Our researchers need to come together. Our students need to come together and learn from one another, better understand each other, and contribute to a better world. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. Yang di depan dulu, Bapak mungkin boleh yang Ibu dengan baru nanti kita ke belakang.
Lari-lari ya, sehat. Thank you. My name is Umi Muawana, the head of Research Center for Economics of Industry, Services and Trade of BRIN. Thank you. We are very much enjoying and learning a lot. One question for three panelists, I guess. Pak Vermon, Pupuk, Ekra. So we've heard like we really need to look at the global South economy for potential regional trades and everything. What are the things that we need to be doing? We means the international organization and also the government. What are the steps to do that? Is it like matchmaking the industries, for example, or what? So that's ranging from the aircraft industry, pupuk itself, I mean the fertilizer state-owned company, and Pak Ver as our experts for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Umi. Di belakang Bapak yang blazer marun bisa. Can you? Oh, okay. Have Pak sudah Pak. Oh yeah, please.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nidia. I'm a researcher from Research Center for Behavioral and Circular Economics. I'm sorry, I'm a bit shaky because the room is very cold. Is it like my brain is slightly frozen and malfunctioning? Perhaps we can thaw the room a bit. So this question will be for Pak Radi Mangala. It's about our craft and culture industries. What do you think we can offer in terms of sustainable alternatives to globalized mass productions? What can we offer our industry offer in that context? Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Indeed, I agree with you. It's very cold today. No, this building, not outside, of course. I think we have one more, Ibu. Bisa we can take one more, I think.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Nil Harum. I'm from Ministry of Village and Development of Disadvantaged Regions of Indonesia. So we have an interesting topic today, and I want to ask about, given Indonesian commitment to this development inclusion, how can we ensure that these momentums of creative economy, micro development, stability also reach the most and underdeveloped area, especially in the East Indonesia? Because we all know that there are still many disadvantaged regions, especially in Indonesia. So what role should the global South narrative play in bridging this internal gap? Before we talk much about maybe the international or the global South, how about the internal gaps that we can bring to this perspective, especially in supporting territory equity or investment flow, also innovation in bridging to the lagging regions? Thank you.
Thank you. Applause, please, for the, yes, thank you. So our speakers, we have three and one suggestion that came from the Mr. Ambassador. So what are the, oh my God, I cannot read my own, right? So, okay. What are the things that we have to do that from Ibu Umi in terms of these topics of discussion, and that is for three of the speakers, yeah, Ibu Umi, and then especially for Pak Radi, what we can offer in terms of sustainable. Oh, sorry, Pak. I really cannot read my own writings. I think it's because of the code. Sorry. But the last one would be inclusion. Again, for our four speakers, how can we ensure that the development can reach the remote areas in Indonesia and the of the Global South. Pak Radi, could you please first?
Thank you for the questions. They are really, really important and intriguing question from the floors. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the inputs and also suggestions. We have to take note for that, and hopefully the Ministry of Creative Economy could also have some discussion with the Embassy of Ethiopia later on. And then for Ibu Umi, what needs to be done strengthening the creative economy in the term of global South and South, for example, I would also answer it that sequentially with the question from Ibu or Mbak Nidia, if I'm not mistaken the name correctly, if I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong. So regarding the sustainable offer for the sustainability for a globalized industry from the creative economy perspective, and also for the perspective from how the global South cooperation can strengthen the development for the eastern part or the eastern part of Indonesia, focusly from the perspective of creative economy. So I thank you for all the questions. So I will answer for first of all, Global South cooperation is already been done actually from quite some years previously, from the time I think the back into the era of the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy during the reign of Ibu Mari El Kapangestu. We already benchmark some of the creative economy and then also try to implement it into the 16 sectors, if I'm not mistaken. And then during Bapak Triawan Munaf as head of the Creative Economy Agency, we conducted so many MOUs also, and then not just that, we implement also some of the MOUs with the South Global Economy. We held World Conference for Creative Economy in Dubai, for example, and the last time in 2024, the WCCE also in the if we may it to be categorized also South Global. Also we had also WCCE held in Uzbekistan in Tashkent. So until now, also with the assistance from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we formalize and strengthening diplomacy, and also having a lot of cooperation with the southern countries, if I may say, but without neglecting also some important partners in the north, as we already mentioned by Pak Philip, for example. North is still important, and North is still too big to be neglected. So we also done that kind of diplomacy. Regarding to how to strengthen what needs to be done, I guess Trump policy recently gave us also a lesson learned, important that we need to be strengthened in more in the term of not just the cooperation and economic importance, but need also to strengthen in based on the solidarity, and the other way around to have also a better solution to diversify market, not just for the creative economy sectors, but also for the other one. And then what we have already done in creative economy, so to speak, is that we cooperate with. We realize that the U.S. for recently has some big chunks also for our creative economy sectors exports, and then that's export is actually dominant is dominant by fashion and craft and also culinary sectors, and therefore recently already mandate as well by our RPJMN that other than those three, we have also games and then film animations and music and also culinary, also those three, culinary, fashion, and then games, film, and then music, and also applications also to be prioritized in our sectors. And therefore, I think in the future, material based creative industry need to be diversified also with the export of digital based creativity such as animation movies and also music, and we are heading towards it, and then hopefully with the policy of our ministry as mentioned or stated undermined by our minister Bapak Teguh Rifki Harsha that creative economy have to be a new engine of growth based on the regions. So not only to be growth in the big cities, for example, but we also need to expand it and diversify also the creative sectors within the regions. And also, especially as I mentioned earlier in the eastern part, we had also mandated by the RPJMN some of the province that need to be prioritized also, for example, is Maluku and Papua. So it's some parts that we are also having Maluku as a global UCCN as UCCN for the music cities, for example, Ambon. Therefore, we would like to develop start from the initiatives led by the communities and the industry and support by our government through what we call ASTA Aircraft. So through the policy, through the talent, through the financing and investment, through the market access, and then also through the synergy on cooperations, and also through the infrastructure. What we call infrastructure might be quite different with what we have in other sense of infrastructure, like building or basic infrastructure. We are reactivate actually the creative space for the youth, for example, to optimize it. I think that's what can I address. We're looking forward to another one. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Radi. Pak Phillips, it's me.
Thank you for the question, Your Excellency. Thank you for the optimism of the potential for Global South cooperation. And then the other questions, if I may respond in all together, because I found some similarities of the question. Now, what needs to be done? Pak Roni was suggesting that we need to have a more binding corporations and so on. But I think in order to have more binding cooperation, Pak Roni, we need to build trust, and we need to increase relations, and it can be done only if we know each other more. And as I mentioned earlier, we tend to not to look at each other in terms of global South country, because our interests in the past lead us to rely more on the more developed countries. Now, the geopolitical change forced us to think more about ourselves in the global South. That's, I think, one response. Number two, then in order to provide, to cement further cooperation in terms of economy, this is kind of a chicken and egg, right? You have more economic cooperation first, and then you have a deeper connection between people, or you start with people's connection, then you can grow the economic cooperation and so on. But it seems to me that both needs to be done simultaneously. Now, I'm a non-economist, so I let Zamroni to deal with the economic issues. But in terms of people-to-people cooperation, I've seen some increasing trend in the interest both. I'm only speaking about Indonesia and global South country. And then in Africa, with Africa, for example, there are increasing interests as well from the side of Africa. There are almost 17,000 African students in Malaysia. That an increase, a friend from Malaysia may confirm this, right? Increased number of students coming from Africa studying in Malaysia, almost 17,000 students by, I think, 2023 or 2024. In the context of Indonesia, we just start in that education area where people-to-people relation, in my view, would be much more effective and can speed up the way people know each other, as well as then in turn will lead to businesses, relations, and so on. We just started in Indonesia. I think the number would be around 55,000 across Indonesia, African students from undergrad, master's, and PhD. As I mentioned earlier, at UII, on the master's and PhD, we had 600 MA and PhD students coming from 45 countries from the global South. And then I think in Aceh, there are African students I know of. In Yogyakarta, Universitas Muhammadiyah Jogja probably is the earlier hosts of African students studying in Indonesia. Some with scholarships, some with their own funding. So if we cannot increase the number of people-to-people relations, then I think it will be difficult for us. Number two, given the massive geographical context of global South, we are talking about Africa to Latin America. I think, for example, if we are talking about our relations, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the global South in North Africa, Africa, and so on, we should start from issues that are cross-border in nature. In economy, maybe it's businesses would think very hard to overcome the questions of logistics because it's far. So we need to find ways, right, to reduce costs and so on, so that then the economic interdependence would be forming. But when it comes to cross-boundaries issues, we actually could cooperate and have been cooperating with Africa and other countries in South Asia, for example, in terms of climate, in terms of health. Pandemic certainly triggers more cooperation between Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the other part of the world, especially in the global South. In terms of education, I just completed a paper because I'm as well lecturer, so we have this BKD thing, right? We have to still write paper and fill in our BKD, right, Prof. Irman. So I just complete a paper on these relations because being at the university, UII forced me really to think more about this cooperation with Global South, with many countries. Now, in terms of education, Ethiopia, I think, has been very aggressively cooperating with Indonesian higher educations. Thanks to you, Ambassador, in the past 5 years, increasing numbers of cooperation between universities in Ethiopia and Indonesia. And South-South triangular cooperation also is very important. We have JICA here, I think, in this context. But in terms of research, DIAD, the Federal Ministry of International Cooperation of Germany, they initiated with the University of Munich, for example, a project that would foster research. It's already been running between the University of Munich, Technical University, with universities from the Global South. They are doing research on renewable energy. From Indonesia is ITB, Bandung Institute of Technology. That includes scholarship and then research. From South Africa, I think in the network is the Stellenbosch University in South Africa, and then Nkrumah University, and I think there are 10 universities with the cooperation as an umbrella of the Technical University of Munich, held by the Germany. Now, South-South cooperation is important, but South triangular cooperation, I think, is even more important, because we are, for example, this is my personal view now, we are complaining or scrambling around Trump tariffs. Right? But if we think about it, I think it's also because in the past, maybe 80 years, since the end of World War II, we also do not pay the bill in terms of paying the security, in terms of funding United Nations. We have heavy reliance on the US. Now US is withdrawing from United Nations, from UNICEF, from WHO, and so on and so forth. So who's going to pay the bill, for example? Who is going to fund UNICEF? Who is going to fund WHO? Who's going to fund other UN agencies? So this is, I think, requires commitment as well from the Global South, especially those with the stronger economies, including Indonesia. We start to play our role, or albeit still very small. But countries like Turkey, Brazil, China, to a large extent, needs to as well fill up the gap that now the world is trying to find alternative. Because, for example, if you're talking about climate, who's going to pay for the finance of the climate financings, for example? Germany has tried to step up, but of course that's not enough. Japan would probably also step up their involvement in climate. We don't know. China has been playing some roles. And then when it comes to conflicts as well, no Global South really put efforts to be part of the concrete solution to various international conflict. Right? Of course, we provide statements and so on and so forth. But in terms of concrete practical steps, we are lagging behind. So my point being, now I agree with Pak Zamroni, we do need to redefine and recommit ourselves for this cooperation among Global South countries, because we have to, not because we are thinking kindly about countries of Global South, but we have to, because otherwise we will have more problems in terms of economy, health, and so on and so forth. So that's my 2 cents for the questions.
Thank you. Firstly, very thank you, Excellency, about this your suggestion and the opinion of this. Yeah. And secondly, talking about the collaboration in the Global South. Yeah. For your information, the fertilizers have 3 macronutrient that is needed for the increasing the productivity of the plantations. First is nitrogen, N, nitrogen. Secondly is phosphate, P. And the third is kalium, K, or potash. Indonesia only have nitrogen, source of nitrogen. We have natural gas. We process it to be ammonia and then urea and then NPK fertilizers. We still imported all of the phosphate and potassium. So we open to collaborations, collaborate with another country that have the potential mining of the potash and phosphate. Now we import phosphate coming from the Middle East and also Africa. We import phosphate coming from Jordan, Egypt, Algeria, and maybe another country that in Africa now have a source of the phosphate mining. We open to collaborate business to business, yeah, and practically business to business. And we open to utilize the mining. We have experience in joint venture with Jordan to make phosphoric acid plants. Yeah, Jordan commit to supply the phosphate rock as a raw material. The phosphoric acid as products coming from the plant, we have a joint venture with Jordan. All of the product we offtake. This is one of the option to collaborations, make joint ventures as a business to business with a company in the global, in the south global. And we, yeah, as I know before that we should have attention to yeah, to about the food security in global, not only in our country, not only in one's country, but this is a global problem. So we open the collaboration business to business in developing of the fertilizers and another kind related with the fertilizers. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. I will respond two of the questions that indirectly sent to me. The first one is I give credit to Pak Phillips that we need to build trust first. So which is should be in the first line. We need to have a kind of cultural cooperation or cultural engagement, or we need to have a business perspective, or like having trade and investment first. Back to the idea of which is better to be say that chicken first or egg first. For me at BRIN, basically both are okay. We can start from cultural engagement. Let's say I mentioned in the last presentation, last slide about diaspora engagement can be an engine to further cooperation. Or maybe we can ask for Pak Dwi from Pupuk Indonesia and other state-owned enterprise to invest in Ethiopia to Professor Fikadu's country. So we need basically encourage for state-owned enterprise in Indonesia, private company in Indonesia to go to other African countries, to go to Latin American countries, to start to create a kind of trade and investment connection. Because as we know, so far as our insights about state-owned enterprise is less competitive in terms of foreign FDI in other global south countries. So if we encourage Pupuk Indonesia, we encourage Pertamina, and we encourage other state-owned enterprise to go further to the rest of the world, to the rest of global south. And the next respond to the last question, Ibu Harum. Sorry if I mistaken spelling your name, about the internal gap. How can we create a kind of inclusive development? I quote here, inclusive development here is inclusiveness in Indonesia and inclusiveness in global south. For inclusiveness in Indonesia and also inclusiveness in global south, basically, we need to minimize the gap. There are so many gaps that we have, including referring to the definition of global south from American Sociology Association. So we need to minimize the gap, including the human development gaps, including a digital technology gap. So how can we minimize the gap is by using technology. And one thing that we can promote is by digital technology development together among Global South. And how about the case of Indonesia? Basically, we can create a better digital infrastructure, okay, in order for us to minimize, okay, the gap, and also to increase digital literacy, to increase financial literacy, and also to increase financial inclusiveness together. And to be part of that, to support this kind of minimizing gap, we need to increase the access of digital technology, not by reducing the access. Because I heard from the news that basically government officials saying they're trying to ask for the user, smartphone user, okay, to use a premium package of internet access, which is basically contradiction to the way for us to increase our digital technology and also internet access in order for us to minimize the gap, inclusive gap, internal gap in Indonesia, as well as in Global South. And the last one that I would like to say to you all, as a head of the research center, part of direction of Pak Agus Eko, and also together with head of the research center, basically we are here, including Pak Philip, Pak Radi, Pak Dwi, and also the rest of participants. We welcome you to come to BRIN to discuss about redefining of Global South. Either you are a professor, visiting professor, maybe a visiting researcher, to come together to join with us how to increase the cooperation among the Global South countries. Welcome to BRIN. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Zamroni. And we have one last questions from online. Okay. Masih mati di Matadornya? Nggak nyambung sepertinya. Or just okay, maybe just let me read it out loud. So is from ini Bapak atau Ibu? Bapak Nurfianto Giar Pangidung dari Malang. Pertanyaannya, questions is to Dr. Zamroni. How is the impact of Indonesia's joining BRICS related to the response to Trump's tariff policy and the advantages and disadvantages experienced by Indonesia that has joined BRICS? Silakan Pak Zamroni.
Staff question from Pak Nurfianto Giar Pangidung Malang. It's a question for me. Indonesia is joining BRICS related to the response to Trump's tariff policy and the advantages and disadvantages experienced by Indonesia that has joined BRICS. Okay, my first statement is that basically, as long as BRICS, okay, as long as BRICS, do not attach to the security cooperation, Indonesia can take many advantages. But if BRICS are having business in security, so I can say that basically we can also get disadvantages, the first one. The second one is about how to respond to the Trump tariff that basically Trump is trying to create American first, make American great again. So here, my personal opinion is that basically, in order for you all of the Global South countries to negotiate with United States of America, please have a look at so many channels that you can propose before giving cost to your economy. There are many channels. Okay. Number one is by giving retaliation to the same amounts of tariff that President Trump given to your countries. The second one is by paying attention to the business sector in your country, coming from the United States, what's going on. In Indonesian case, basically, most of US companies in Indonesia focusing on IPR, intellectual property right infringement, about pembajakan. But I don't think that's basically the delegation of Indonesia already discussed more and more to minimize the impact of what we are proposing to the United States. Okay, so focus on the business of the United States in your country, and then giving attention to what kind of effort that you can negotiate with the United States. And the last one is about the position, how can we increase advantages and decrease disadvantages because of Trump tariffication. We can work together. We can work together like what I already shared to you about the small picture of how Indonesian trade direction to the global south. That finally within 20 years, Indonesian trade with global south can increase from only 30% to become 57%. And this can be reiterated, can be copied to your own countries in the global south. Maybe we need to further research together with Pak Philip and also Bu Umi, Bu Suci, together, Pak Mardianto, of course, under direction of Pak Agus Eko, we can do research together. How is basically the direction of each global south countries in order to respond to the domination of global north? That's my answer. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much, Pak Zamroni, and I think that will be the last questions of our session today because it's nearing 12 p.m. and I believe our session will end at 12 p.m. Distinguished speakers, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of this enlightening session, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our speakers. Please, we have a round of applause, please. For their valuable insights, thought-provoking perspectives, and the knowledge they have generously shared with us. To all participants, thank you also for your active engagement, thoughtful questions, and contributions that have enriched our discussion. Sessions like this, I think, remind us of the power of collaboration and the importance of open dialogue across borders and disciplines. Let us take today's discussion not as a conclusion, but as a starting point for further reflection, research, and collective action in our respective fields and countries. Some key points that I would like to highlight that we need to strengthen collaborations and commitments through South-South cooperation and in regional integration, and a shift from industrial commodity exports to creative digital economy and value-added industries by promoting local innovations, and also focus on people-to-people contact, human development by prioritizing education, health, gender equality, and youth employment to build long-term resilience and equity. The direction of the Global South refers to the evolving strategies, alliance, and transformations to create a more equitable, sustainable futures, as well as redefining the path to a more inclusive development. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers. We hope that our work continues beyond this conversation, and we look forward to seeing you in the next part of the symposium. Have a wonderful day. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for all the speakers and moderator in the first session. Please remain on the stage because we will continue to the presentation block from BRIN. I would like to invite Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho to present the souvenirs.
Please come down in front of the stage for the souvenir presentation. Please, speaker and moderator. Okay.
Maybe for the presentation to Bapak Radi Manggala from Director of Marketing System Development and Institutional Resolution, Ministry of Creative Economy of Indonesia. Thank you, Bapak Randi. And the second for Bapak Philip J. Formente, Presidential Spokesperson of the Presidential Communication Office of Indonesia. And the third one is to Bapak Dwi Satrio Anurogo, of Operation PT Pupuk Indonesia, and the last but not least, Bapak Zamroni Salim, the Head of Research Center for Finance Economics. Amazing,
Continue with photo session, sir and ma'am. Once again, let's give a big applause to the speakers and moderator in the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, materials presented in this meeting can be downloaded by scanning QR code available in the registration area. You can get it in front of this venue. And after this, we will have a lunch break. But after the lunch break, we still have an exciting discussion coming up on conceptual analysis and comparative understanding of the Global South. For now, please enjoy the lunch provided by the committee and feel free to use the prayer rooms available on each floor of this building. We'll be back here in the ballroom to continue the discussion at 1 p.m. sharp, so don't forget to come back on time. See you after the break. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
The Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025.
To all participants who are still
Exploring the
outside of
global
the
south,
venue,
epistemologies, development pathways,
we are
and
going to
research network.
proceed to the next session in several minutes. Thank you.
From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Again.
We will continue our session in a few minutes. Before we get into the second session, we will have ice-breaking session, and it will be led by my partner here, Dani. The stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Andre. So, how is your lunch? Is it good? Yes, thank you. From Indonesian cuisines. And I would like to invite all of you here to game. This is the simple games, but it will be more relaxing and refresh your minds before we turn on our serious mode after next session. So I want to invite 5 volunteers here to be a leader in front of the stage. Who wants to be? Maybe Mr. Koichi. Is it okay? This is speaking from Japan. It's very easy and easy busy lah. And you just follow the movement from the videos of the YouTube. Yeah, it was so easy. Wait. And then, okay, the tree. Coming in, please. Okay, and last second, people, would you like to? Yes, from Malaysia. And one more participant. Bavina from, no way, you have to. Please give a big applause for our volunteers here. So, maybe we have a few minutes to try. And I would like to invite you to stand up for a while. To all of you, the audience in this venue, to stand up for a while and follow the movement, the videos. Yeah. Yep. The videos. Okay, I would like to train or practice first. What you
Please, all audience stand up. We will be doing together. Okay.
And then you have to move your hand, like standing to do
Okay, we'll have the warming up first before the sound. So basically, you are trying to copy the movement shown in the video, and one movement can represent a lot of activities that to do together. our engineer, the sound.
Let the series move Sorry, dear. It will be stretching your body actually. Okay, is it ready? Maybe stop it,
Okay. The volunteer, perhaps you should face the audience. Nah, they will try to copy you in case they, yeah.
Okay, are you ready?
Video ready?
And the video ready? 1, 2, 3.
That's all. Thank you for all of us. Thank you, Dani, for leading the ice-breaking session. As I said earlier, that yeah, at least in this cold ballroom, you can get a little bit sweaty. At least I'm a little bit sweaty. It's not too cold as before. Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Before we start the second session, we want to greet and welcome our distinguished guests and speakers. The Honorable Bapak Hei Imai from IDE Jetro, Japan. Welcome, sir. Bapak Irman Gelanti from Pajajaran University.
Ms. Deria Göçer from Middle East Technical University, Turkey, Mr. Lam Chunghwa from University Malaysia, and joining us online, Ms. Scarlett Cornelissen from Stellenbosch University, South Africa. And also PARETO participants who still tune in and follow this event both online and offline in this ballroom. Thank you for your presence.
We would like to inform you again that this event will take Indonesia Holding Company, PT RWO, such as Perhimpunan Penelitian, sponsor and partners.
Thank you for all sponsors and partners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a brief introductions for the second session. It will be delivered by the Senior Research Fellow at IDE JETRO, Japan. Please welcome Bapak Koichi Kawamura. The stage is yours, sir.
My heart is beating still. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the symposium. It is a very great pleasure to welcome you to the second session in this international seminar titled Conceptualizing the Global South. My name is Koichi Kawamura. I'm from the Institute of Developing Economies, IDE JETRO. And I'm now currently a visiting research fellow at the BRIN. And I will be delivering the opening remarks for this session. Let me first express my sincere gratitude to our colleague at BRIN, the National Research and Innovation Agencies of Indonesia, for their dedicated work and generous support in co-hosting this important event. Special thanks to Bapak Agus Eko Nugroho and Bapak Mardiantoa Futriantomoko and his team for their leadership and commitment to making this seminar possible. This seminar is part of a larger collaborative initiative supported by the JSPS Core to Core program, Asia-Africa Science Platforms. Our 3-year project titled Building a Research Network to Found a New Global South Studies brings together institutions from Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, South Africa, and Turkey. Our goal is to build robust research networks and foster scholarly exchanges across regions of the Global South. Under this program, we are pursuing 3 core objectives. First, to establish a trans-regional research hub that promotes academic exchanges and collaborations across Asia and Africa. Second, to cultivate early career scholars, enabling them to participate in international seminars, conduct joint research, and build professional networks that transcend national and disciplinary boundaries. Third, to develop a new framework for Global South studies by integrating empirical case studies with critical theoretical perspectives, centering voices and experiences from the Global South itself. Our project is structured around the 3-year research agenda. This year, in 2025, our theme is conceptual analysis and comparative understanding of the Global South. Next 2 years, we'll focus on foreign policy of Global South countries and the new South-South and North-South corporations, respectively. Now, turning to today's session 2, we will explore the conceptual and the comparative dimensions of the Global South. As many of you know, the term Global South has undergone significant transformations from a geopolitical category in the Cold War era to a dynamic space of knowledge production, solidarity, and contestation. In this session, we will ask critical questions, such as how is the Global South defined and understood in different countries? Or how does it differ from terms like the Third World or non-aligned movement? Or when and why did government begin to see the Global South as strategically important in each country? And what concrete strategies are being pursued by the Global South countries to reshape global political and economic dynamics? These questions are not only theoretical, but deeply rooted in contemporary global challenges, from structural inequality and resource distribution to new forms of development for diplomacy. I am very much looking forward to the diverse perspectives offered by our distinguished speakers today, who represent a range of national and disciplinary backgrounds. I hope this session will spark fruitful discussions and deepen our collective understanding of what the Global South means today and what it could mean in the future. Once again, thank you all for joining us, and let us now begin this session.
Thank you, Mr. Koichi. Please be seated. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue our session with an interactive discussion about conceptual analysis and comparative understanding of the Global South. This session will provide a special space to examine Indonesia's experiences and position within the dynamics of the Global South. Discussion will cover various aspects of the global political economy, such as structural inequality, the international trade system, and control over resources. What an interesting topic, right?
Exactly, Dan. This session will be guided by our extraordinary moderator from the Middle East Technical University, Turkey, Professor Meliha Benli Altunisik. Please come to the stage. Professor Altunisik is a professor of international relations and the Dean of Graduate School of Social Sciences at the Middle East Technical University, Turkey. She earned her PhD from Boston University. Her latest scientific publication covers topics such as foreign direct investment and authoritarian resilience, Turkey and the US in the Middle East, a case for alliance change, and many more. Please join me in welcoming Professor Altunisik.
Okay, hello, thank you. Am I going to invite the others? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let me just invite the other. First, Dr. Kohei Imai from IDEGETRO. Then Dr. Irman Lanti from Padjat Jaran University. We're going to have Dr. Scarlett Cornelsen from Stellenbosch University. So, unfortunately not here, but she will be with us through internet contact. And finally, last but not least, Dr. Derya Göçer from Middle East Technical University. Oh, I'm sorry. And then we have Dr. Lam Chong Wan from University of Malaya. Sorry. Okay, is the connection ready, please? Because we'll start with Dr. Scarlett Cornelson. Dr. Cornelson, can you hear us? Not yet. Okay, so shall we just start then? Okay. Okay, let's start then with our list, origin list. And so the floor is yours, Dr. Kohei Imai.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kohei Imai. I'm a senior lecturer of ID JETRO. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to BRIN. Thank you for preparing a wonderful conference. And I also want to say thanks to our project leader, Dr. Koichi Kawamura. Thank you very much. And my research topic is generally Turkish foreign policy and politics. However, today, my friend, Professor Dr. Daria will talk about Turkey and the Global South. So today, I want to talk about the concept of Global South. It is because Global South is vague and has no clear clarification. Perhaps each person's image of Global South is actually maybe different. Yeah, today's morning session, there are a lot of many people use Global South frequently, but what is a Global South? I summarize the concept of Global South today. Takashi Shiraishi, he is a former president of ID JETRO and well-known researcher about Indonesia, said the concept of Global South expands and contracts depend on who uses it and for what purpose. For my understanding, Global South concept is 4 meanings, 3 meanings, successors of several outdated concepts. And these concepts are first one, developing countries, second, third world, and third, emerging state. In addition, recently, Global South is used as countries that take a neutral stance regarding Russia's invasion to Ukraine. So today I want to explain these 4 meanings of Global South. Strangely, the term Global South may seem geographical based, but it has little to do with geographical divisions. Developing countries are based on economic situations. Emerging states are based on economic potential. Third world and stance of Russian invasion to Ukraine, these are based on position or stance of international politics. So this is very little bit interesting. Yeah, so Next slide. From next slide, I look at the four definition, more details. Please, next slide. Sorry, previous. Thank you. Next. Thank you. The first definition of global south is a successor of developing countries. The premise of this definition is, north-south problem. The standard is the gap between rich and poor at the national level. Specifically, developing countries are G77 countries, excluding China. I think I got this classification from our colleague, Dr. Isono from ID JETRO. According to him, G77 countries, excluding China, shares of the world economy has increased. In 2000, the share of 11%, but 2020, 23%. And this is prediction, but in 2050, the share will be 20. Oh, sorry. The share is 32. Sorry. The share is now 33%. Yeah. Sorry. 2020, 16%, and 2050, 22%, sorry. And this percent of share will gradually cross to China and G7 countries. So clearly, these developing countries, the share of the economic power is very powerful in that time. So please, next slide. Second definition of global south is a successor of third world. The premise of this definition is the division of the world, like status quo power, specifically Western countries, and revisionist power, China, Russia, etc., and non-alignment countries. These main arguments of third world countries are anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism. And considering the third world, Bandung Conference, Bandung is very close to here, Bandung Conference in 1955, and non-alignment movements are important event and organization. Now, 120 countries join non-alignment movement. So this successor of third world is the second definition of global south. And please, next slide, please. And third definition of global south is successor of emerging state. The premise of the premise is countries with high economic growth potential, this emerging state, and BRICS and Next 11. These are based on the reports of Goldman Sachs. Nominated countries are often regarded as emerging states in 2000s. And these states are Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and Next 11, Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, South Korea, Turkey, and Vietnam. In addition, of course, I should nominate United Arab Emirates and Ethiopia. These countries joined BRICS in last year. So these countries, we can say, successor of the concept of emerging states version of global south. The fourth definition, next slide. Thank you. The fourth definition of global south is neutral stance countries amid Russia's invasion to Ukraine happened in 2022, specifically countries that voted in favor, abstained, or did not vote at all on UN General Assembly resolution. In that time, emergency special session 11. Now, this emergency special session 11, 8 times held and sentence 8 times. But first one and third one is very important, and first decision and third decision regarding Ukraine. In that time, the countries voted in favor, abstained, or did not vote at all. These are, how can I say, they did not yes or no clearly, but did not participate in sanction against Russia. These countries may be 133 countries, these stances, not pro-Western or not pro-Russia and China, etc. So these countries, 133 countries. Yeah, so I think these 4 definitions is very important to consider the global south, because global south is at first, as I said, very vague and non-clarified. So now let's move to conclusion. Next slide, please. Thank you. Look at this slide. I explained 4 definitions of global south, and Indonesia and South Africa and India are relevant to all definitions. So maybe we can say these 3 countries are completely global south countries. And Malaysia is also applicable 3 definitions. Yeah, so Malaysia is not full, but this is also, we can say, Malaysia is also the global south countries. Yeah, of course, many countries fall into these definitions, but today I want to especially focus on our related countries in this project. And however, next slide, please. However, some countries like China and India see themselves as leaders of global south. India is okay because 4 definitions are applicable, but China not so much applicable for global south definition. But China see we are the leader of the global south. So these behaviors further complicates debate about global south. Anyway, the lack of clarity in the use of the global south concept has led to confusion to both policy proposals and academic discussions. So I suggest we have to define clearly of the global south at first, and after that, we will talk about and we will discussion about the global south. So how will our project define global south concept? We will talk about at first this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. This is, of course, a very important first step in any discussion, conceptual clarification. But you know, this was an interesting attempt to do so, although you also accepted that there are still challenges in the definition. It's very broad, it's ambiguous, and you know, different perspectives focus on different aspects of the definition, economic, geopolitical, or otherwise. So this is one of the challenges that this project is facing. But it could be interesting if you expand your examples and apply this framework that you develop to other cases and see, you know, what is there. Okay, according to the program, the next speaker is Dr. Irman Lanti, Padjadjaran University. The floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. I would like to make a presentation. Basically, it's also talking about the Global South, but this is more about the views from Indonesia. So please, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. All right. I would like to start with the etymology, like the previous speaker also mentioned about that. And I would like to put a highlight on what is happening about 150 kilometers from here in the city of Bandung, where I work and where my university is actually located, which I call as the genesis of the otherness. So basically, there is an awareness that that we were different from the otherwise Cold War order domination. As you know, I mean, at that time there was a Cold War. There is a so-called categorization between the so-called First World, which is basically the Western capitalist nations, the Second World, which is basically the socialist nations, and the Third World, which don't belong to any of those things. Even though, I mean, since the very beginning, there was already some tension and some inconsistencies because China was also present during the 1955 conference, and China is being considered as part of the socialist, so much part of the socialist, world at that time. But nonetheless, there is, there is an awareness that was actually in the making at that time, and created a lot of, a significant movement in the world, which is basically a decolonization movement. So Bandung Conference was actually attended by 29 Asian and Afro-Asian countries. But now, we have 103 countries in Asia and African continents, which is basically more than 3 times higher than when it was held the first time. And then, of course, it went on to the non-aligned movement. And in the non-aligned movement, there is the norm setting of the otherness, which is basically the so-called the non-alignment and everything. It's like previous to that, even in 1955, there was no discussion about the non-alignment and everything. It's like the spirit was mostly about decolonization, working for freedom in the still colonized states at that time. But the non-aligned movement then set the norm of the otherness, which is basically a non-aligned norms. And there were other terminologies used in 1960s, especially in Indonesia. I mean, if you remember the Indonesians here, there is the so-called NEFO, the new emerging forces against the old DEFO. It's like the old established forces. We even had a games of, to replace the Olympics at that time, which is called the GANEFO, the games of the new emerging forces, which happens just down the road here. Everything, and in the development studies, there there are other terminologies called as the developing nations or developing world. So etymologically, global South is nothing new. It has been around for more than 50 years, no, 70 years now, if we start, basically 70 years this year, because the Bandung Conference was held in 1955, and now we are in 2025. So, it's not a new term. Next slide. So we have now the terminology of the Global South, which is basically an alternative currency. The term of the Global South emanated from the academic world. I mean, it started from, development studies, especially in the 1980s. And, the term of, the geographical term of North and South, basically was first used officially during the Willy Brandt report of 1980, when he started using the terminology of North-South as an alternative usage of the world, of the word, to replace the derogatory, the third world or the developing or the least developed countries. And, so the term Global South was meant like as an emancipation of the of the concept that point to the countries which are basically less developed than the socialist countries at that time or the industrial West. So the term, Global South, basically has been more commonly used since the end of the Cold War, although its usage by the development organizations, such as the UN base and everything, is more common during the past decade. So, it's like the usage has been used more only recently, even though the meaning and the spirit of the Global South has been around for a long time. And next slide, please. And the Global South and Indonesia, I'd like to talk a little bit about Indonesia. In Indonesia, actually, the usage of the Global South is still uncommon, and has not replaced the more common usage of dunia ketiga or negara berkembang. Okay. In fact, there is still no widely used translation of Global South in Bahasa Indonesia. So we don't call it Dunia Selatan, say for instance. It's not atau Global Selatan. We haven't actually heard that being used widely in Indonesia. So we still use negara berkembang or dunia ketiga. This does not, however, mean that Indonesia does not view itself as, since independence, we have consistently located ourselves as being a country outside of the superpowers spheres, everything. So this is part and parcel of Indonesian foreign policy, being a part of the other. Next slide, please. But that said, it's like Indonesia has tilted towards one polar or the other throughout its history. During the Sukarno era, for instance, Indonesia tilted towards more the socialist bloc, the second world. It's like we understand from history, we have the poros Jakarta, Hanoi, Peking, say for instance, Jakarta, Hanoi, Peking, and Pyongyang, everything. So, making us, falling into the category of somewhat, pinkish, if not red at that time, perhaps pinkish and everything, it's like during the Sukarno era. While during the Suharto era, it tilted towards the capitalist bloc, the first world and everything. Basically we have a lot of investments coming in. IGGI was formed and everything, and we are very much reliant on our economic dependence with the industrialist West. But this was not dissimilar with other members of the non-aligned movement. So many non-aligned movement countries are also like that. Cuba is a member of non-aligned movement, say for instance. India is a member of non-aligned movement and everything. And we know that they are not completely non-aligned. And despite its early rhetoric, non-aligned movement has not been able to present a viable alternative mechanism to the world order. Okay, it's mostly talk. Okay? Non-aligned movement as a movement has not been very effective in terms of trying to present a viable alternative to the world order, both during and after the Cold War. Okay? And this is mainly due probably to the lack of uniform ideological position, as I mentioned. It's like most of the NAM nations are actually tilting, we're actually tilting towards one polar or one alliance to another. And this is very important. There is a lack of resources. To actually promote a viable alternative world system. This is now. Okay. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about BRICS. It's like in the global South. The previous speaker, Dr. Kohei, also mentioned about BRICS and everything. BRICS, I think, is the newest iteration of the global South. Okay. You might not agree with that and everything, but if you see everything, at least all the buzz surrounding BRICS has always been about global South, global South, global South. Okay. Now, while some members of the BRICS, like Russia and China, did not traditionally fall into the third world category, BRICS seems to claim to be representing the voices of the global South. Like many initiatives of the global South in the past, BRICS also presents an alternative or counter-narrative to the prevailing Western-dominated world order. However, unlike the past initiatives, BRICS is much more resource. Okay, it's much more resource, which makes it potentially more effective, potentially. Okay, there is the president of China there. China seems to be driving the BRICS agenda forward and everything, couple that with Russia and also India and South Africa, as well as Brazil and everything. So it is much better resource than the previous iterations of the global South. Next. That said, again, different countries seem to have different motivations in joining BRICS, and not all of them are ideological. Now, Indonesia under Prabowo administration, I actually wanted to ask the question to Pak Phillips earlier. Indonesia under Prabowo administrations, for instance, does not seem to be driven by clear policy objectives in joining BRICS, okay? Other than as an attempt to promote wider trade and investments partnership. At the same time, for instance, Indonesia is also on an accession process for OECD membership, okay? So BRICS and OECD, it has created a lot of debates in Indonesia. Are we anti-West or are we pro-West and everything like that? Okay. And another instance also, India does not share many of the anti-US drives promoted by China and Russia and everything. And, Brazil has, during Lula appears keen on promoting BRICS as an alternative multilateral system, but not so much under Bolsonaro, say for instance. And what will happen if Lula lost the next election and the likes of Bolsonaro came back? I mean, it's like, it is really at this point too early to tell whether BRICS will be able to aggregate the global South's interests or it will fall into irrelevance like past initiatives. I thank you for your attention and looking forward if you have questions for further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. We had more and initially definition of the global otherness, as you called it. An important, okay, I think. Another important point is this differentiation between rhetoric and practice. I think this is also one of the issues that we need to discuss. And then you focused on BRICS, which is an interesting debate, also in Turkey as well, because the current Turkish government also wants to become a member of the BRICS, and we have not been accepted yet, but there are all these debates about what does it mean, because the presence of Russia and China clearly, as you also mentioned, creates this perception that is this a more definition of global South as anti-West, and the issue of how the BRICS will evolve over time. Is it going to be evolve into a geopolitical institution or not? So these are all very important issues that we need to continue to discuss. But now I will move on to our next speaker. Is she available? Is she available? No, not yet. Okay, so I'm moving to our next speaker, Dr. Lam Trong Hwa from University of Malaya. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the organizer for having me here and to give me a chance to talk about Global South and also Malaysian perspective on this very important issue. Yeah, when we want to talk about Global South, I think there is two ideas. One is a Global South and also South-South cooperation. And this from a Malaysian experience. Next slide. All right. Okay. Actually, from Malaysian perspective, we actually benefited a lot from external assistance way back to many decades ago. So in the past, under the Colombo plan, we worked together with a lot of countries, for example, like Australia, Canada, India, Japan, New Zealand, and also United Kingdom. And also, we also work together with non-Colombo plan countries, including Belgium, Bulgaria, France, Germany, Indonesia, Kuwait, in the Netherlands, as well as the Soviet Union at the time. And we benefited a lot. And these kind of external assistance help us to improve our manufacturing, agricultural, as well as education, healthcare, a lot of things. And in the meantime, actually, when we are accepting, while we are accepting external aids, we also contribute. We also contribute a lot to other South countries. Before going to this title, this issue, you can look at this. Next slide. All right. Okay. You can look at this table that we from 1971 until 1975. So after we gained our independence, we accepted a lot of our foreign and also external assistance. So in total, we accepted nearly 329 million ringgit at the time. And this benefited Malaysia a lot. Next slide. Okay, so after we accepted a lot of things, then we found that this kind of external assistance, it helps us to transform our economy and also our political system, as well as a lot of sectors. Then we realized that since we got benefited, why we don't contribute? We must also help other newly independent country to also to develop and also to sustain and also to get prosperous also. Then we help other countries. So next slide. When you look at it, not previous slide. Okay, yeah. When you look at this table, in the same year, so 1971, we started to contribute our resources, limited resources, to other countries also. So we work together with other organizations, for example, like Colombo Plan, and also United Nations agencies, and also other regional international organizations. Even though the amount were very, very small, but we still contributed to other South countries. So from here, I can summarize two things. One is we received, but we also contributed. Next. All right. From here, maybe the picture is too small, but if you want, I can send this slide to you, then you can enlarge it. So from here, Malaysia and Global South, and also South-South cooperation, we have two perspectives. We receive and we also give. And I formulate it into two items. One is empowered, and also empowering. So on the one hand, we get empowered by some foreign assistance, and on the other hand, we are empowering other countries also. So especially in 1980, we Malaysia established one program, which is a Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program. And through this program, we help other South countries, Global South countries, including Timor-Leste, ASEAN countries. And now we are launching a special programs to help Palestine, Timor-Leste, and other some backward ASEAN countries. So from here, we are empowering the South countries. Next slide. Okay, so from this empowering and also empowered program, we can investigate and examine it through two lenses. One is political and another one is economic lenses. From this empowered lens, we get benefited politically and also economically. And these are the several platforms we get empowered, and also we get political and also economical benefits. One, the first is Group 77 and also China. And about this group already briefly discussed by my previous colleague. And also non-aligned movement also briefly discussed by my colleague also. And Group of 15, developing 8, already discussed by my previous colleague also. And also high-level meeting and also Bruno's AS plan of action also. And the newest one should be the BRICS. So we Malaysia get empowered. Next slide. All right, when it comes to empowering, we purely to contribute and to help other countries from the economic perspective, and especially under this MTCP, Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program. It was established in 1980, and during the time when our the late Prime Minister, he once said that we Malaysia got benefited from foreign aids, and it was the time for Malaysia to provide modest aid to newly independent and developing states in Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. And before 1992, MTCP was placed under our economic planning unit, and it was placed under our Prime Minister Department. But after 1992, it was placed under Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Why? Because we Malaysia think that this MTCP, it should be placed under our broader and more general foreign policy, and it should be embedded into our national aspiration and also ambition, that to expand our Malaysian influence towards other global South countries. So when they place this MTCP under MOFA, which is Ministry of Foreign Affairs, no longer placed under EPU, which is Economic Planning Unit, it means that the Global South topic, or this main idea, is no longer a domestic topic. So internally in Malaysia, we don't talk a lot about Global South or South-South cooperation, because it is driven by our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the main target audience for this ministry is definitely a foreign audience. It's no longer our local audience. So this is mainly outward-looking program. And it is only mentioned in our foreign policy and also Malaysia's mission at the United Nations. Next slide. And including third country training program. We work together with JICA and also Islamic Development Bank and also German International Cooperation Agency and other important foreign agencies to help other third world countries and also third countries. And these initiatives are mainly focused on promoting mutual learning, strengthen institutional capacities, and reflect the power of synergy in international development. Next slide. So after briefly introducing our Malaysian efforts and our Malaysian engagement with these external aids and also Global South issues, then we should discuss the main the questions posed to us. And the first question is about what is the Global South for our country, Malaysia? Are there any differences between similar concepts such as the South, the Third World, or the non-aligned movement? Actually, in the beginning, we Malaysia identify ourselves as part of a Third World country. But after getting developed and also reaching high in middle income economic status in late 1990s, now we Malaysia consider ourselves as a developing South country or high income South developed country. And this reflected in Malaysia, our active participation in the developing 8, G15 and G77 in China. As we can observe, however, this participation is centered around economic aspects. And regarding political engagement, we Malaysia used to be very active in the non-aligned movement. But now recently, we have reduced our participation in NAM. Why? Because we perceive NAM has lost its significance in contemporary international political dynamics. Because the important the previous important NAM countries, for example, like India and China, they are no longer committed to NAM itself. So we, in the past several NAM summits, we only dispatch our deputy foreign minister to participate the summit. We, national leaders, we don't really get involved in this NAM anymore. And instead, we focus more on Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which is not a global South institution. We pay a lot of attention on OIC instead of NAM or other global South organizations. So global South for us is a kind of a platform for us to gain, external assistance, as well as to expand our political influence. And the question is number 2. Since when has your government recognized the strategic importance of the Global South? As we can see, actually, Malaysia has actively taken part in the G77 group, and G77 was formed in 1960s, and non-aligned movement was formed in 1955. But we only admitted as a member in 1969. So it means Malaysia get involved in Global South activities, and also there are a campaign in 1960s, and then we started contributing our expertise ever since early 1970s, and definitely we recognize the importance of the Global South through the participation as well as the establishment of Malaysian Technical Cooperation Program in 1980. Like what I mentioned just now, we are not only accepting, but we also contribute. And the third question is, why is the Global South important for the diplomacy and economic development of your country, and how? And basically, there are two arguments. And firstly, Malaysia benefited a lot from this external assistance. Hence, we should and we fully recognize how importance of external assistance towards the economic development of host country. So in this regard, we wanted to help the newly independent and also decolonized countries, especially members of ASEAN, Timor-Leste, and Palestine, through South-South cooperation. And secondly, Malaysia has the ambition of becoming a middle power. And South-South cooperation is a very, very good platform for us to exert our influence and also for us to attain the status of a middle power. So that is why that we actively engage in these Global South activities. And the fourth question is about what is the strategy our country employing to capitalize on the Global South for the national advancement. For the time being, Malaysia advocates improving the representation of South countries in international governmental organizations like the United Nations, IMF, and World Bank, and even to reform the outdated mechanisms and institutions. And BRICS, definitely like our previous colleagues have talked about that, is part of the Global South Initiative, and OIC, Organization of Islamic Cooperation, which is a non-Global South organization, are the main vehicle for Malaysia to realize our ambition. And secondly, Malaysia always seek to increase free trade and market penetration through these platforms. So in summary, we like to increase our political influence and also economic gains through this Global South and also engagement. The fifth question is about what are the differences in the concept and perception of the Global South compared to other countries. And like I mentioned just now, we view Global South as a source of external assistance and empowerment, as well as a platform for realizing our ambition of becoming a middle power. So it is a mix of economic and also political ambition, as well as our thoughts and ideology. So it's a very, very broad and issue and topic for us. So there is no fixed definition for Malaysia yet. Perhaps I think when we since this brief and also preliminary discussion about this topic, perhaps when we go further and also into this topic, we will have a more deeper understanding about this topic. I should stop over here, and also welcome you guys to pose questions to me and let me to try to address that. And thank you very much for giving me a time for you. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Instead of focusing on how to define Global South, you focused on Global South through two mechanisms. One, regionalism, participation in regional organizations, and other is financial assistance, technical cooperation. And Malaysia seems to be involved in both of these strategies in terms of the Global South. And now we are moving on, to our other speaker, Dr. Derya Göçer, to talk about Turkey and the Global South.
Thank you. Yes. I'd like to thank BRIN and our Japanese colleagues as well for hosting us and for organizing this. So today I thought I'd speak a bit about Global South from 3 different perspectives, and then a bit about Global South and Turkey. Yes. So as Kohe mentioned, Global South is a diverse discussion, and it's a geographical discussion, it's a political discussion. There is a civilizational aspect to it that we haven't discussed a lot, but, it's the temperature. But from the 21st century takeaway for this short discussion, I will focus on Global South as a term, as an invitation to discuss the norms, terms, and practices of the liberal world order. I think that's perhaps one of the concepts we haven't used a lot today, but this contestation around liberal world order seems to be the focus of Global South discussions. And what is interesting is, as you look to the discourses as well as practices around Global South, you see that it is not just a criticism of the liberal world order from a Southern perspective, but it is also at times a defense of that very liberal world order against the new global North. So as you can see, as I will show in a minute, for example, in Turkish President Erdogan's speeches, there is also an emphasis of we are defending the old liberal norms that are not upheld today to a high standard. Yes. So I thought from the academic literature, I found 3 different interesting discussions, and they're also a bit normative. So I'd like to keep on with the norms. One is a progressive reading of the Global South. As the countries in the Global South rise economically and geopolitically, there is a rethinking of a just order. So this is a revisit of the old non-aligned movement debate, but a rethinking of that debate regarding 2 perspectives, perhaps. One is an emphasis on pluralism, inclusiveness in international and regional platforms. And second, an emphasis that this will help the oppressed peoples of the South. So a people's perspective as well. At least in discourse, this is mentioned a lot. In practice, not so much. There's just one quote from one piece of academic literature, but there are many examples like that, especially from scholars of the Global South, a hope in that progress. Yes. There is also a regressive reading in the academic literature that this rethinking of the Global South is a regression in the terms that this is a regression from the liberal order in terms of its political norms, such as democracy. And then there's a rise of authoritarianism that sort of accompanies this Global South rhetoric. And there should be, as Acemoğlu says, which is one of the Turkish economists, that there should be a 3rd camp at best, and Global North and Global South are not enough to think about politics in a progressive way. And I would argue that Turkish opposition, to some extent, and perhaps other oppositions in Global Southern countries, also uphold that this Global South and North axis is not enough to enrich the level of playfield in politics, and there should be a 3rd camp, because this might be a symbolism for the rise of authoritarianism. Yes. So a 3rd reading, so I presented the progressive and the regressive. A 3rd reading comes from the Gramscian camp and more of a political economic reading, but still accompanied with the discussion of the norms. And that is, we live through an era of Southern interregnum. So we live in a period that is in between different world orders, a new order has not been born, but the old one also has not died completely. So we are in a deep and durable, unstable period. So there is instability, but it is very much a consistent instability. And there is increased inequality and precarity across the global south. So there are emerging powers in the global south, and the total GDP of the global south has also increased, but that does not mean necessarily equality across the global south. Different peoples of the global south has increased. So there is that discussion. Yes, no, you can move on. Yes, and this is also accompanied with another critique of North-South binary, and that is the South is not rising at the expense of the North. Actually, the South rise, especially China, the big spectacular rise of Chinese economy has helped North's demise slow down, because the North and Southern economies are so intermingled that they compete and collaborate in many intersecting ways across different sectors. So in some sectors, they might be helping each other. In other sectors, they might be undermining each other. For example, mining sector. In academic literature, you would find a very rich discussion of China in Africa and mining sector. And there, and also in the first session, policymakers from Indonesia, they also mentioned this critical earth material. So China is mining for access, to have a monopoly of the access, whereas in the construction sector, China might be acting for profit. So these different motivations bind North and South in different ways. We have to be mindful of these nuances as we build different axes of discussion. And some rise of some southern countries might be triggering early deindustrialization in other parts of the South. And that is a danger regarding development, right? And extraction of resources, again, from the southern countries. So as we rediscuss, again, in the first session, it was mentioned a lot, concepts such as imperialism, we have to rethink how they have changed in this century. And now we have south to south extraction of resources, not just north to south. Yes. We can move on. So when I switch to Turkey, in Turkey, there is a discursive acknowledgement and a welcome of the multipolarity of the 21st century. There is a revisionist critique of the liberal world order, meaning Turkish representatives do not wish to be away with the liberal order, but they just want it to be revised, especially at the level of multilateral institutions. There is a defending of the norms of that order and a critique that the norms are not being upheld today by the northern countries. So inclusivity, for example, or pluralism, for example, and a motivation to lead, to be part of as the rhetoric goes, global leadership of that revisionism. But it is not a southern leadership in the Turkish rhetoric, it is global leadership. So perhaps the global part of the global south is more emphasized than the southern part. And the term oppressed nations is used a lot, increasingly so, by the president, by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Turkey having an ambition to be part of the leadership, to speak on behalf of the oppressed nations. Yes, we can move on. This is, it's very difficult for you to read. It's even difficult for me to read, which is a shame. But this is, I just started doing this, which is me doing qualitative coding through president's published articles across international platforms, such as New York Times or China Times, regardless of where it's published. I just cared that it's international and that it's part of the official website of the president. And there, as you cannot see, but the first three ones, which are 15% or higher hit in his speeches, are not really global south or are not really multilateral, but they are all about either economic statecraft as Turkey moves through the global south, or Turkish bilateral relationship with different countries in the global south. So Turkish emphasis, we can move to the next slide. Turkish emphasis, both at the level of the president and at the level of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, seems to be, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs website goes, establishing balancing partnership. Balancing here, balancing, of course, Turkish anchors with the West, that is sort of implied. But it is not, the term Global South is almost never used. As our project progresses, I will do a deeper dive, empirical dive into this discourse. In terms of South-South cooperation, the only time it is mentioned is multilateral development cooperation. So when Turkey talks about the South, the only time it sees it as the South as a one unit is when it focuses on development. And otherwise, Turkey talks a lot about Asia pivot, Asia anew, rethinking Asia. So I think especially in the last 10 years or so, Turkish balancing act with the West has not been done in the terms of Global South, but more in the terms of Asia pivot. And our interview findings of the last couple of years that I've been doing with other colleagues in our ministries has been the fact that for Turkey to be really a part of the Global South as it is envisioned, for example, by Indonesia through different cross-regional platforms, Turkey needs to expand its human resources at the level of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, especially retrain and rehire experts in Asia, experts on Latin America, and also to rethink even the Ministry of Foreign Affairs organizational structure, which is at the moment going through a restructuring. The current, the way it is structured now is not so much prone to think in terms of Global South as a term, or even really Asia pivot. Yes, we can move on. So in terms of the institutional dimension, Turkey has been vocal about its interest in Shanghai Cooperation Organization and in BRICS. BRICS especially has been an important discussion, not just at the level of policymakers, but also at the level of public opinion. It's been in the news. And Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Turkey joined as a dialogue partner in almost 13 years ago. And still, the last year, Turkey has seen its president expressing interest in fully joining as a member. And as the quote goes, Turkey should join the Shanghai Five as a permanent member instead of being an observer state. So Turkish interest in being more participant in these two organizations, including the BRICS, which it applied, but the BRICS stopped its expansion for the moment. So I think for Turkish institutional involvement in Global South platforms, it is trying to be part of these networks, but it sees these networks, which is the term that our policymakers use, as complementary, not as alternative to the networks that Turkey is already anchored in the West, not as a binary, but as a complementary of its already existing networks. We can move on. Continuing with Turkish existing and not institutional, not discursive, but I would say more political economic involvement in the Global South is government-to-government collaboration with different members of the Global South. There it is, I think, the strongest in terms of its practice. There it has concrete results in terms of establishing partnerships. And with Melia Hoca, we contributed in a project on customers of those countries that are in between regions, not necessarily just member of one region or the other, but members of different regions at the same time, which Turkey is. So Turkey is part of Middle East, Turkey is part of the Balkans, Mediterranean, the Black Sea region, many of the neighboring regions. And Turkey is trying to make use of that by doing this political economy of the customers, by being involved through economic statecraft of the neighbors and partnering countries of these regions. And I think it is the most successful in terms of the Global South discussions with this aspect of the economic aspect. And Turkey, for example, joined BRI, also the Belt and Road Initiative of China, officially in 2015, sorry, with these intentions in mind. But because it's not a neighboring region, and because also of many other reasons that I cannot go into right now, Turkey lagged behind with other members of the BRI in its own region. So Turkey gets less investments from Belt and Road Initiative than, for example, United Arab Emirates or even Iraq from the Middle East. So Turkey is the most successful when it is doing economic cooperation with other southern countries if they are in their immediate neighborhood. So there is a lot of, following that point, there is a lot of trade deficit with Asian countries, even with Indonesia, with Malaysia, of course, a huge deficit with China. And that seems to be one of the focus points of Ministry of Trade as well as Ministry of Foreign Affairs to sort of remedy that trade deficit as much as they can. And remedying that requires, in my humble opinion, reindustrialization efforts. It's not just a matter of diplomacy. It's not just a matter of collaborating more in multilateral platforms. It requires an economic restructuring towards reindustrialization. As you can see, the top export destinations are, none of them are Asian. 2 of them are Middle Eastern. But the biggest ones are Germany, United States, and United Kingdom. So Turkey is anchored in the West diplomatically through NATO, through its membership bid to EU, but also very much economically so through its exports. Yes. This is presidential visits since 2014, and I think they also follow a similar logic. As you can see, again, two countries from the neighborhood of Middle East, Saudi Arabia and Qatar, but United States is the one non-neighborhood country that Turkish president visited the most, and there is not one big Asian country. Yes. So, but this is one reading of Turkish concept of the Global South. What constitutes the Global South in the discourse of the opposition parties in Turkey are mainly the underdeveloped countries with authoritarian or patrimonial political systems and non-liberal economies. So this is how Turkish opposition sees the Global South, which is very much through a reading of its own regime. So they don't discuss Global South on its own terms, but they discuss Global South through the gaze of the current regime and the current president, which is a shame in the sense that there is more to Global South than this, but the oppositional discussions is not there, is not nuanced yet. It is very much stuck to this narrative. So the majority of the oppositional discourse is not anchored in a Southern solidarity discourse that's, so much of we listen today, but that is not much of the public opinion discussion in Turkey. But the solidarity goes more towards the social democratic parties of Europe, for example, or the other Turkish compatriots in other countries, if you are a Turkish national, more of a Turkish nationalist. But this perspective of Southern solidarity is not there in Turkish public opinion, not yet. So there's a major impetus towards European Social Democrats from the main oppositional party. Yes? And I also did a very quick media analysis, but this can and should be deepened for further discussion. How does Global South, how is it discussed in Turkish media? There is 2 main keywords: BRICS, China, and Belt and Road Initiative. So that's in terms of mainstream media, which is not oppositional. In terms of the mainstream media, these are the 3 keywords. So a lot of focus on economy, potential economic opportunities for Turkey, and perhaps to balance against the West, again, the West with BRICS, but not much of a nuanced discussion as so mainly potential economic benefits are emphasized. Yes. And I reached the end, which I cannot see, probably you cannot see either. But there is a nice article that I like to quote at the very end. They have, these 2 authors, they've written about Turkey and the Global South 10 years before, and then they wrote recently, and they discuss how Turkey has changed to its position towards the Global South. And they conclude that Turkey was actually more of a southern country at the beginning of of this century, and perhaps 2015, 2016. But after the transition to the presidential system, Turkey sort of narrowed down its vision of foreign policy towards its immediate neighborhood, to security threats, as well as to domestic regime discussions, and lost that perspective of the global South. This is their conclusion. My conclusion is a bit more nuanced. I believe that it is not just a political discussion, not just a security discussion regarding our neighborhood, but it's also a discussion of economy. And early onset deindustrialization is even taking Turkey away from global Southern discussions, because a lot of global South cooperation is about reindustrialization, how you can make the leapfrogging towards higher technological production networks, etc. And in order for Turkey to participate fully in those discussions, Turkey has to be rethinking its industrialization policy, less so its diplomacy, but more so its industrialization policy. So that would be my overall conclusion. And the discourse that Turkey has towards global South is backed in terms of its consistent approach towards revisionism in multilateral platforms in United Nations, for example. But it is not backed by its institutional capacity at the level of Minister of Foreign Affairs. It has to be reorganized, to restructured. And it is not backed in terms of changes to even to diplomatic style in terms of wording, referencing, etc. So yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for also introducing this notion that these are not binary, and there are interactions between what is called the global North and the South, and there are more nuances in these definitions, and also focusing on Turkey and how Turkey views the global South and engages with it. Unfortunately, our speaker from South Africa could not join us. There was a problem of connecting. It would be great to have her with us, but maybe next time. So we'll have more time for Q&A. But before that, I will sort of try to underline some of the themes that I think are relevant, and some of the key takeaways. I mean, listening to our speakers, focusing on Indonesia, especially Turkey and Malaysia, what came out was that actually these governments in these countries do not so much use the term the global South. And then the question is, first of all, is this just an academic innovation? In other words, is it just academics? We academics talk about the global South. I mean, I'm also guilty of that, because I'm teaching a course. I developed a course on regionalism in the global South. But I used it as a shortcut, because I wanted to focus on regionalism outside of the EU, because, as you know, regionalism studies is very Eurocentric. When you Google regionalism, most of the outcomes are about European integration, whereas we have other forms of regionalisms in other parts of the world, historically and currently. So I wanted to focus on those, and that's what I do. I focus on Latin America, Asia, Africa, and Middle East regionalism. And in order to, since I cannot, count all these regions one by one, I called it regionalism in the global South. So is this just an academic term, or is it something else? I mean, I think we should also explore this from a critical perspective. Who uses the term global South? Who doesn't use it? Why? Right? I mean, why China? We were talking with Dr. Imai, why China uses the term global South. For what purposes do this usage serve? When these leaders refer to global South, why do they do so? And when they do not refer to global South, why they do not refer to it? So I think we need to have this critical perspective to understand the usage of this term and to what purposes does it serve, right? So this is one takeaway that I come up with. The other one is that I realize that, you know, in terms of definition that each our speakers try to do, I mean, a group of definitions focus on what these states are, you know, how can we define the states of global South? So here you can have an economic definition, you know, based on economic development. You can have an identity-based definition. So basically trying to define global South through what these states are. Another way of defining it, and we have heard some examples of that, is instead what these states do, you know, in terms of behavior of these states. And here also we heard some examples, right? I mean, how do these states approach to global security issues? How do they approach to the transition of the global system that we are currently in? How do they approach to global challenges? This is also, you know, a way of categorizing them. Can we find some similarities in that respect? So I think we can talk about these two broad categories. But finally, you know, we have to remind ourselves that however we define the term global South, you know, there is this challenge that these states are not monolithic. And this was the problem with the term the third world, you know, during the Cold War. And today with the global South, they're not monolithic in all kinds of ways. And that's a difficulty that we face when we discuss the global South. But in any case, since we are in a transition to a new system probably, but we don't know how the global system is transitioning, there is also this possibility, as some scholars discuss, like Amitabh Acharya, a multiplex world, right? And clearly, this allows a room for countries that are not, you know, global superpowers to play certain roles in global politics. And the countries that we talked about here are among those countries. And, you know, they're already playing certain roles, and they're eager to play more roles in a changing world. So as long as that continues, this debate about, you know, another group of countries, whatever you call them, you know, not the great powers, but other group of countries, will be relevant to our discussion of international politics, whatever we call them. So I'm looking forward for our further discussions on these topics and opening the floor now to questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to hear every presentation. It's very interesting and very insightful. And also the takeaway from Ms. Maria is also very interesting. And maybe based on the takeaways from Ms. Maria, probably it will be our direction of our approach, our research on the global South studies, new global studies, I think. And I want to ask several questions, and maybe any speakers can answer my questions. First of all, as Imai-san explains, global South, which countries are included in global South or not? It's very interesting and a very difficult question, especially The focus is China and India, probably. China itself saying that China is representing the global south, but how about your countries? Well, how about your perspectives? Does your country recognize China as a global south country, or whether you recognize China as a global south countries? That's my first question. And also, how does your country recognize BRICS? Byerman explained that it's kind of the BRICS is maybe metaphor with the new metaphor with the global south. But how about other speakers think about BRICS? And also, your countries recognize BRICS as a what? Does your country recognize BRICS as just the tool to promote economic development or promote a cooperation between the BRICS countries, or does your country recognize BRICS as more than that, or something like that? And also, the third question is that the meaning of global south, will the meaning of global south change after the Trump 2.0? Probably the global south concept emerges, probably after the Ukraine war, because after the Ukraine war, the Western countries attacked Western countries as a rivalry between Western and Eastern countries emerged, but global South countries stands in between the West and the West, East. It is kind of the reflection of the global South countries that they are dissatisfied with the current international order, world order, which is dominated by the Western countries. But after the Trump 2.0, probably, especially liberal economic order is changing. And the United States is not willing to support the international order, liberal international order. So in that kind of world, global South, what is global South, the meaning of global South is changing, or how does it mean, and how does it change it to the newly emerging economic order? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Would you like to start?
Thank you very much for your questions, and Professor Ben has comment. At first, I want to answer Dr. Kawamura's question. Can we see China and India as a global South countries? But for my definitions, India is completely applicable to global South, maybe. And how about China? China is not applicable. But China want to be a leader of the global South. This is Professor Mereha also mentioned. This is a very important point, I think. The turning point is maybe, I think, from my understanding, turning point is Russian invasion to Ukraine. After that, the group of global South is, how can I say, maybe important political powers that Russian invasion to Ukraine, that is a turning point from global South, from not only economic powers, but also political powers. But another turning point, yeah, of course, Trump 2.0 is also important, but I think that is not turning point, but acceleration to the global south and G7 countries, the liabilities. Another turning point is, I think, maybe Gaza issue. That Russian invasion to Ukraine, in that event, and China and Russia, how can I say, that is always said, Russia is not right, but the they got the legitimacy for the global South us. But Palestinian issue and Gaza war in that time still continued, but China and Russia said nothing to that war. Maybe this is disappointed to several global South countries. So that is another important issue. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the question, Koichi-san. This is a testament that this issue is not actually of interest to the Indonesian, it's like audience, because it's like, I guess not too many times we have heard seminars like this, on the issue of Global South. And in fact, it's like my own center's name, it's called Research Center for Peace Building and the Global South. But in Indonesian, in Bahasa Indonesian translation, I don't use Global South. I use Kerjasama Selatan-Selatan, which is basically South-South cooperation, which is a more, widely used currency than the Global South. It's like, so your question about what Global South actually means for different countries, it's like the reason that I'm using Global South is that I don't want to lose, the momentum with the trend all around the world. It's like, and I used to work in the UN, for 17 years, and I came across the words Global South when I was working in the UN. And mostly in terms of recruitment of staffs, okay? Mostly in terms of recruitment of staff. So staffs from Global South are encouraged to apply, something like that. So it's more about, it's not a concept that is widely, embraced. It's like in many of the Global South countries and everything like that. So, and I think, people would like to actually associate more Global South with South cooperation, something like that. Yeah, it's like, perhaps that's the term that is more normally used. Now, with regard to the questions about China, whether China is part of the Global South and Russia as well, traditionally, they're not, okay? They're not part of the Global South. It's like, even though China attended the Bandung Conference, as I mentioned, and everything like that, but even Russia now would like to be acknowledged as part of the Global South, which is actually a strange concept and everything. It's like Russia is like a major power. Why do they want to be a member of the Permanent Five of the United Nations, the P5 of the UN Security Council, China as well, and everything? Why do they want to be associated with the Global South? There must be some, some motivation or ulterior motive behind it. And, it's like, and is BRICS part of the Global South? Even though a lot of people would like to argue against that and everything, but if you check out the BRICS documents and statements, and even in the websites and everything like that, it's all about Global South. It's all about Global South. The new development bank, the NDB, say for instance, I mean, it's like a source of alternative financing outside of the Bretton Woods system. So they became something like, again, consistent with what the Global South actually means, which is basically the otherness, as I mentioned before. So basically, it's not. Whether BRICS is going to be able to actually lead the Global South or become the avenue for or the institution of the Global South, we don't know. We don't know. And I think, it's like there are still so many things, even in BRICS, and even, let alone Global South, but even in BRICS, there are just so many differences, right? And, it's like the motivation of countries of actually joining BRICS are also different, I mean, it's like Indonesia is not interested in all these other things that they're thinking about BRICS, reforming the world order and everything like that. Indonesia is more interested in expanding the market, basically, which is actually very funny because then we are expanding the market to what? To what countries in BRICS? We are already #1 trading partners with China, say for instance. So why do we need BRICS, in addition to what we have already bilaterally with China? So that's just something. And what I'm interested in is what you mentioned, Dari. I mean, it's like basically about what is, the discourse in Turkey in saying that, there should be a second category of Global South, which is, because you mentioned that the Global South is not democratic, it's autocratic and everything like that, and there should be another classification of the Global South, which is more democratic and it's like basically, part of the liberal economic order. But this is losing the point, actually. I mean, it's like the point of the Global South. I mean, it's like the Global South has never cared about democracy. I mean, it's like since the very beginning, since the Bandung conference, the Dasasila Bandung, the 10 principles of Bandung and everything like that, never mentions anything about democracy or even about people's sovereignty and everything like that. It's always about state sovereignty, something like that. So I mean, NAM never cared about democracy. So and now, if BRICS is really the latest iteration of the Global South, there is nothing in BRICS that has, talked about any democracy. So democracy is really beside the point. And in fact, if you want to argue more and everything, sometimes this is something like the Global South is an antithesis of the Western liberal democratic system and everything like that. And which is going to make China very happy, of course, and going to make Russia very happy, if all of the Global South are actually subscribed to this idea. So, I mean, it's like basically the ideational, discourse that we're having is still not there yet. It is still in the process of actually, I mean, it's like, it's still ongoing. And until when, we don't know at this point in time.
I agree. That's why I defend that concept of interregnum. So the old hasn't died yet and the new hasn't born yet, but we live in between and we don't know where this will be going. So I think it's okay to sit with this uncertainty and we cannot predict that far into the future. Is China in the Global South? From where I sit in terms of an academic, I think Global South is the chief item in Chinese soft power arsenal. So yes, I think the global south is a term that China is pushing into every document because it is attempting to build a soft power that will help it in these uncertain times. And the same, I think, with Russia, they need a soft power item of their rising geopolitical or geoeconomic power. They need it to be accompanied by soft power politics. And the allure is there is oppressed peoples, and global south is solidarity and cooperation among these oppressed peoples. So that will sort of increase China, although China is economically not of the global south, but its ambition, the ambition of leadership is, I think, is an ambition to soft power. Is it working? I don't think so, because if it was working, then we wouldn't be sitting here telling all these examples of how we don't use the term global south. So I think, and this is not just for Turkey, but I think I can speak for all the Middle East. You know, Saudi Arabia is cooperating with China, United Arab Emirates are cooperating with China, but they don't buy into this soft power rhetoric of global south. They use it as diversification of economic partnership. You know, that is how they would frame it, I think, similar to our president saying, bilateral economic partner or balancing partnerships, but they see it as a partnership and not one big global southern cause. So in that respect, that it is not yet working. May it work in the future with Trump 2.0, as you asked? I will read this from New York Times today. I was Chinese overall exports after Trump's new tariffs has risen to Southeast Asia and Africa, key regions for reshipment to the United States, and they rose more than twice as fast as its overall exports. So as Trump's tariffs increase and as this trade war intensifies, it will have, I think, adverse impact for Chinese soft power towards these regions, because China will have to rethink its trade with Southeast Asia, with Africa, with the Middle East, in ways that these other partners of the global south, they were trying to deal with their trade deficits already with China. And this is just going to exacerbate that debate, right? Increase that debate. So Trump 2.0 may not really rally everyone under the Chinese camp, but may create new axis of conflict among global southern countries, right? Especially because of political economic discussions. And where does Turkey sit? Does Turkey see BRICS as a, I think Turkish point of view towards BRICS is oscillating with the rhythm of our own domestic politics. Seeing economic potential benefits is not oscillating. I think that is an increasingly constant theme. But how much Turkish political rhetoric will oscillate towards the West or towards BRICS, and whether BRICS is I think that is oscillating. It is not that certain. Just like the world order, Turkey is also in a state of crisis that is very durable. It's not a short crisis, it's a long-term crisis. But in terms of political public opinion, no, I don't think so. But in terms of political rhetoric, BRICS is, as they say, it's a balancing factor. It is not a chief cause under which Turkey rallies. It's just an instrument for balancing. That's how Turkish policymakers view BRICS.
All right. And when it comes to the global south issue, and actually in Malaysia, for the grassroots people or even local politicians, we don't talk about global south. And like what our colleague said, actually we talk more about south-south cooperation. Yeah, this is the more common terms or more popular term instead of global south. Like what you mentioned, actually is only taught and discussed by academicians. That's it, and limited to that also. Because of why, I think due to several factors, when you talk about global south, the first thing come across in your mind is something to do with poor countries, poor, poverty, things like that. Yes, we admit we are poor, but we won't say it. We don't want to say it. Yeah, nobody want to say it so loudly, so publicly. If you are poor, yeah, nobody want to do it. So we use another term, south-south cooperation. And also since our country already elevated it to foreign affairs, not internal affairs. So it has already separated from our domestic politics. So it's nothing to do with our grassroots politics anymore. In the Malaysian case, all right. And when it comes to the definition of a global south, is China's part of global south? I think by geography, no, China is not part of global south. It's part of a global north instead of global south. But when it comes to by the definition of income, yes, China is part of global south. If the global south is defined as a income of a gross per capita, something like that, yes, China is part of global south. And if you consider global south is part of alliance of weak countries, no, China is not part of a big country or alliance of weak country. China is a big country, a superpower. It's not part of global south. So it really depends on what kind of definition you want to use. So if you want to use a geography, no, it's not global south. Definitely it's global north to us, because we are definitely, yeah, geographically, Malaysia definitely and certainly is global south, part of global south. I can assure you, nobody can dispute that also. But when it comes to for China, you can dispute about that. So since we don't have a fixed definition about it, then it really depends on what kind of situation or what kind of context you want to apply. And about the global south and the future and things like that, and about the BRICS, like our colleagues also mentioned that, yeah, definitely Russia, they wanted to associate themselves with BRICS, which is a kind of alliance of global south, because due to they are already being sanctioned by the West, and also they got themselves in the Russia-Ukrainian war, that they put themselves in a very difficult situation. That's why they need to get a foreign assistance as well as a solidarity. That's why they wanted to associate themselves. But if you take this out, a Russia-Ukrainian war, this rival from this whole context, perhaps Russia, they will not so keen on associating themselves with the global south anymore. So this is because of their strategic calculation. So I think that's it. For Russian side, I think they themselves quite hesitate to associate themselves with South people, because global South is synonymous with poor, with even for some by some Western standard, is uncivilized world, something like that maybe. So I don't think Russia, they want to associate themselves with this kind of term. So it's only a strategic calculation. So and for Malaysian case, we are kind of quite unique compared to other developing countries, because we Malaysia already achieve a high middle income status, and we are already one step away towards the high income countries. Only just another $1,000 or $2,000, then we will achieve the status of high income countries. So actually for Malaysia, sometimes perhaps, okay, we want to identify ourselves as a global south, but our aspiration is we want to get out from this global south. We want to get into the global north instead. So this is our Malaysian case, and we predicted that before 2030, perhaps we can achieve a high income status, and for certain reason, perhaps we can already graduate from this global south school. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, very interesting. We have to end it here. That's what I'm being told. So please join me in thanking the panel. It was a very interesting. Anything.
Thank you for moderator and all the speakers in the second session. Please come down to the front of the stage for souvenir presentation from BRIN. We would like to invite Bapak Mardianto to present the souvenir, followed by documentation session. Yes, please, in front of the stage.
Okay. For the first presentation to Bapak Kohei Imai from IDE Jetro Japan. Can we give big applause to Bapak Kohei Imai for sharing this second vision? And then the second one to Bapak Irman Jelanti from Pajajaran University. The next, Middle East Technical University, Turkey. And the fourth, and last but not least, to our moderator, Miss
Photographer for documentation session.
Okay, thank you once again. Please give a big applause for all the speakers and moderator in the second session. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our Pareto 2025 Day from the organizing committee chair of Pareto 2025, please welcome Bapak Mardianto Wahyu Triatmoko. The stage is yours.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers and researchers from our international and national partner institutions, delegates from participating countries, colleagues from BRIN, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, so yeah, maybe my voice make you irritated, so sorry. Thank you for staying with us until the end of session 2. And as we conclude the first day of our symposium, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation for this insightful, thought-provoking, and highly relevant discussion we have had today. Today's session we have offered a valuable intellectual space, not only to revisit the concept and live realities of the global south as we discussed in the section 2, today's symposium, but also to explore opportunities for cross-regional collaboration rooted in solidarity, justice, and autonomy, as we have learned from the session 1 in today's symposium. We've been reminded that the knowledge produced in and by the global south is far from peripheral. It is in fact central to shaping a more inclusive, sustainable, and equitable global future. We are confident that the ideas and perspectives shared today will serve as a strong foundation for further collaboration through joint research, academic networks, and innovative policy development. We encourage all our partners to continue to co-developing agendas that not only respond to this challenge, but also help us reimagine the transform our collective future. Tomorrow, we look forward to welcoming you back for the second day of the symposium. We will start with the Early Career Scholars Forum, which will explore the prospects and challenges facing the global south from a range of critical and emerging perspectives. And at the same time, the BRIN Researcher Forum will take place in the breakout room, featuring discussion on current research in governance, rural development, economic independence, and industrial and business development. Before closing, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all parties who have supported this symposium. In particular, our gratitude goes to PT Pupuk Indonesia for sponsoring this event, and to PT East West Seed Indonesia for kindly providing us souvenir gifts. And we truly hope to collaborate with you again in the future events. In closing, I sincerely hope that the spirit of collaboration and solidarity we've built today will continue to grow and lead to the meaningful partnership that contribute to the better world. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
Thank you, Bapak Mardianto. Ladies and gentlemen, there are quite important takeaways from today's symposium. From the first session, we learned that the identity and epistemology of Global South is starting to rise. The direction is in continuous development. Thus, the stronger commitment needs further enforcement from Global South communities.
And from the second session, we learn about the Global South concept is not just geographic term, but also political and economic development.
So, we conclude our first day of PARETO 2025. Don't forget to join us again for PARETO Day 2 tomorrow, Friday, August 8th, in this very same ballroom at 8:30 a.m. We will have another engaging and interactive discussion, parallel session on the Early Career Scholars Forum with some amazing speakers from all over the world.
On the other hand, we have parallel session for research presentation from research group funded by Rumah Program ORTKPEKM. And well, finally, we'd like to thank all participants both joining online and offline in this room. Also, thank you to PT Pupuk Indonesia. Can we give big applause to our sponsor? PT Erwindo, Persatuan Periset Indonesia, and IDE Jetro for sponsoring this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we conclude today's meeting. I am Dani.
And I am Andri.
See you tomorrow.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bangkitkan riset dan inovasi untuk Merah Putih.
Thank you.
From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order, more equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Network.
Untuk mas-mas baju garis-garis yang lagi laptopan berkacamata.
From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Network.
Panitia.
From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, Epistemologies, Development Pathways, and Research Network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a strategic axis in shaping a more just global development future. This international symposium brings together thinkers and practitioners to address fundamental questions. What does the Global South mean today? How are developing countries forging alternative development pathways? And how can we strengthen cross-regional research networks? As part of the JSPS Core-to-Core program and PARETO BRIN's flagship symposium, this event fosters interdisciplinary dialogue, long-term collaboration, and policy innovation rooted in research. Together, we reimagine the global order. More equal, more resilient, more inclusive. PARETO BRIN 2025. Exploring the Global South, epistemologies, development pathways, and research network. From Asia to Africa, the Global South is no longer just a geopolitical label. It has become a space for knowledge, solidarity, and innovation. Indonesia, with its legacy in the non-aligned movement and active role in BRICS and ASEAN, stands as a